Oh, hey bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey y'all, welcome. Well, good morning. Well, afternoon, Chad. I almost forgot what time it was. It's almost 5 o'clock over here on the East Coast. But anyway, how y'all doing? It's your boy Chris Avalon. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, hot topics, pop culture. So whatever's trending in these good old internet streets, we chat about it on this show. So before we get into the topics that I have at hand, I had to cut some because it was so many topics, by the way. Can you please do me that solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button? Also, be sure to smash that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I just realized I got way too much chapstick on these lips. Because I don't, it's getting cold. Well, the weather is, so I ain't trying to be ashy up in these streets. But anyway, there were some topics I had to cut. I'm like, child, we'll be on here for 5 hours talking. So we got to talk about, of course, Tony Todd, best known for his role. He's been in a lot of roles, but best known as Candyman. He passed away over the weekend, so we got to go into that. There was some horror movie news that I wanted to get into, and then an update on Blade and things of that nature. But I'm gonna save that for tomorrow's show, and then just keep it with some of the things we need to catch up with, including Nicole Scherzinger has apologized for liking that Russell Brand hat, which people were comparing her to being a maggot. We'll talk about that. But of course, the ladies of the View, them clucking hens over there, decided to defend her. And I wonder if people threw shade at them over them, them not being as informed. But anyway, we'll get into that. Plus, we're going to talk about Bethenny Frankel. Speaking of people who don't know what the hell they talk about and being misinformed, apparently Bethenny Frankel is slamming Kamala Harris for hobnobbing with celebrities ahead of the 2024 election, saying that that's what hurt her. Well, that is going to show she don't know a goddamn thing about politics. But we'll talk about it and all that other stuff. And I'm going to have my theories and stuff on that as well. Plus, we have an update on Diddy and these abuse allegations, plus an old video. Oh, that's what it was I was looking for. Because I was like, wait a minute, I know there's a clip or something that I'm missing. And apparently it was this one that has been resurfacing of the diddler patting down Justin Bieber because apparently he thought he was wearing a wire. So apparently that clip has resurfaced and has people talking because, when the first time things come around, people don't pay attention until the thing the ish hits the fan, and then people start to go and start doing their deep dives and digging up things and then bringing it to the forefront. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, what else? Oh, so we got to talk about Ariana Grande. Apparently the Arianators are pissed that she was snubbed for the Grammys. So we're going to get into that. Rihanna, child, they out here saying that based off of something that she said while she was promoting that Fenty Beauty over in Barbados, that we ain't getting another Rihanna record. I have my thoughts on that. Plus, we got to talk about Jelly Roll, basically accusing. He ain't mentioned no names, but we pretty much did the sleuths was sleuthing, and we figured it out who he was talking about. Apparently, Jelly Roll said that Charlie XCX's team tried to cheat him out of his #1 album after both Brat versions only stalled at #3. So we're gonna talk about that. Plus, Chappell Roan out here doing dumb-ish again. This time, that ungrateful heifer decided to part ways with her management team, who pretty much got her to where she is. But now that she is at where she is, now she done got rid of them, and she was mad at, I believe, Billboard for reporting the news. Sis, you did what you did. Why are you mad at them? The bipolar be bipolaring with her. But anyway, we're gonna talk about that. Plus, we got some Britney Spears tea too, where she actually, speaking of found footage, there was some footage that was cut from a Jonathan Ross show that she did back when she was promoting Glory, and she talked about the conservatorship, and the clip was basically chopped from the interview. But child, the internet be internet, and the clip is all over the internet. I have the clip. We're going to play it, and we're going to talk about it. Plus, apparently, she's reunited with her 18-year-old son, Jaden. He probably trying to get her to send him some money because, when you at that good old age and you about to get cut off, you got to grease the wheels a little bit. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Kyle Richards, could it be that she's finally admitting that she likes getting her box eaten by the woman? Or the women's, I should say. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Elon Musk's estranged trans daughter talking about she planned on leaving America following Trump's win. We got to talk about those 12 college students. I don't know if y'all heard about this. charged with a hate crime because they basically trapped the man on Grinder. A man showed up, and then it was like 12 of them up in the room. I guess they did that yeet mating call. You know the one if y'all watch the WWE. Look at me using wrestling terms on this show. And then all of a sudden they came out and they beat the man up and everything. And the lawyer, well, I'm gonna cuss his ass out because he tried to use this angle that was a mess. Basically trying to throw pedophilia into the mix as to why the kids that did the beatation was justified in what they did. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, I don't know if y'all been watching 911, but y'all do know we've talked about it on the show before. Oliver Stark, who plays Buck on the show, came out as bisexual last season. Apparently, the fans are accusing him of biphobia because of something that he said, which he ended up apologizing for. So while the View ladies over there defending that old bony broad over there in Sunset Boulevard over her liking that stupid post from Russell Brand, I'm going to defend him once I break down that story. Well, not Russell Brand, but Tony Stark. Or Oliver Stark, Tony Stark. Tony Stark is from the Avengers chair and Iron Man. Iron Man 1 and 2. Those are the only two I acknowledge. I don't acknowledge 3. 3 was terrible. But anyway. So we have a whole lot of that and a whole lot more. And I'm sure for those of y'all already know the drill. Y'all gonna be up in the comments commenting on said topics, which we welcome over here because it's a live stream. But let me see who's in the building before we get to the tea. Oh, hey Onyx, you said you had a stressful weekend. Oh, well, hopefully I can get you out of that in regards of the stressful weekend. I didn't have a stressful weekend. I had a busy weekend. It was like I worked a David Gilmour concert, which my one of my friends actually went to the concert. He was up in the 200s. I was on the floor because I was scheduled to work the floor. The floor wasn't that bad. Well, I've worked the floor many a times, but it was less chaotic. Basically, I had the easiest job. I was basically directing. So I was just like letting people ask them where they need to go. I was just telling them. I was like, easiest shift I've had in a while. So I was thank you, Chanel, because she was the manager for the floor. And I pretty had it easy. And I already saw the concert, so I didn't care enough if I couldn't really get to see it. But what was funny was that I was having so many conversations, like so many people were coming up to me and wanting to have conversations. They were like, I want to know about your life and what do you do? And I'm like, damn, y'all don't get out much. Like, I'm not mostly I'm not a big conversationalist when I'm working, but you will get a lot of people when they drink and all of the stuff. They just want to engage in the conversation. They want to talk and stuff. So I do kind of like that, but I'm just like, yeah. And then I had to do a little a de-escalation training. It was a lot of stuff going on with that. But the David Gilmour show was good. Everybody was enjoying it. One of my friends and that's why I was like, people, you would think that was just a lot of older people there, which it was because they've been, Pink Floyd has been around since the 60s. And I don't know how long David Gilmour has been solo because that was before my time. However, it was a good show. There was some political stuff that was thrown up in there, which is what he does. He's an artist, but he's also political in a lot of the things he discusses. He's not like a crazy radical like them other nuts over there. But I like when people throw a little politics in their music. But yeah, it was a good show. There was a second show, of his that I worked. And then yesterday, I had to do this Dominican baseball game, and then right afterwards it was a concert. So that was interesting. But child, that was a 10-hour shift. It was cold. I was tired. So I don't know how I know how I got the energy today. I'm drinking this big ass cup of Bustelo and one of them ghetto Chinese cup. Yes, and I don't care. I'm not putting it in. I didn't feel like putting it in the cup. I wanted a large amount of coffee. So I put my little iced coffee black. I don't put nothing in it. Unless I want to go and get something from like Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks or something, then I'll do a little fancy schmancy. I don't do the latte. Well, actually, that's not true. I don't necessarily do like the caramel lattes and stuff. I don't like all that because it just feels like it's just sitting in my stomach and collecting, like creating fat, latching onto my cells, and then it's gonna blow up, and I'm just gonna have nasty stuff. Oh, and another thing, I went to the damn store. A damn homeless man stole my coffee. I was tight. I walked up in there and I knew that cup that he had was mine. I wasn't going to confront him. I wasn't going to ask for it back because I'm like, you already touched it. I don't know if you breathed on it. You put it to your mouth. I feel for the homeless people, but he was dirty. as hell. And I'm like, nah, you got it. Like, it ain't worth it because you never know what these people be doing out here in these streets. So I just went up to the barista. I told him, I was like, it said my coffee was ready because I saw my name literally. When you go into the Starbucks, they have like those boards where they put the names and stuff on there now. So it's just like, I said, I saw my name up there and it was like, it was ready. And there was literally no coffee on the shelf. So I'm sitting there like, motherfucker done stole my coffee. And then he said it too. So I was like, it said it was ready, but apparently it's not there. He said, oh yeah, somebody probably just stole it, which is crazy how people just be bums be coming up in there just stealing shit. But it is what it is. It's not like you couldn't make me another one. What she ended up doing, excuse me, was that my concept of thoughts and prayers to Nick from child, I don't care about that clown. And then he was up in there talking about, oh yeah, I was fooled by Trump. He was probably playing a BS game like everybody else. But it serves him right for what he got. But I did laugh when oh my god, Andrew Tate posted boy get to work. He said, yo body, my choice. And I can't stand either one of them, but that was a cat. I was like, okay, Andrew, you got it. Wait, what happened in the village? You talking about the village was on fire? What they was doing? Wait, they literally was burning it? And you said, is it true Letitia James will be playing Respucia in Norbit? Letitia James, child, with the way Trump, I guess, will go after her because WWE. How you doing? Okay. Wait, she ain't married. You talking about what's his name? Wait, hold on. Let me look and see if that T is out here. A.E. Edwards caught with a man. Is that who we talking about? Cause Sonny Bono dead. I mean, we know he cheats, but I don't know if you're talking about Alexander A.E. Edwards, I mean, he do kind of give how you doing tease in regards to his exterior. And if she want to be walking around with a closeted homosexual, that's probably that she could just take shopping and keep her company and rub her rub her cat every now and again. Um, I guess that's what he there for. But anyway, let's move into our first topic since we're already 12 minutes into the show. And let's talk about Tony Todd, who passed away over the weekend. Now, I gagged when I saw this. I'm like, wait a minute. When I saw somebody tag me and something was like, Tony Todd died, I was like, no, he didn't. But then I looked it up. I was like, first thing I went, it was to the Twitter, and it did say that he passed away, which is shocking because I love Tony Todd ever since I've seen him, and I've heard that he was in so many movies. But we, most of us who grew up watching Tony Todd and stuff, we knew him best as Candyman. And that still is a movie that freaks me out to this day. And that's the only time you get to see Cabrini Green on screen. Because shortly after they filmed the movie, they leveled that. After the You Could Say Gaza. So they pretty much just they leveled the whole situation. It's not around no more. And then I know they remade it when Nia DaCosta directed it, and they had Yahya Mateen was in it. I never saw the reboot or remake, whatever the hell you want to call it. I've heard people say it was good. Some said it wasn't. One of these days I'll get around to it, but for the most part, I still just kind of resonate with Candyman. And always the thing that I don't know if I mentioned this on this show, but the thing that always I found weird was that how is it that Candyman, right, was a free slave who got with a white woman, but then the racists came, stuffed him with bees, cut off his hand, rubbed honey all over him, and the bees went and attacked him and all that other stuff, right? So what I did not understand, but I guess they was going to allow that to be in the movie. Why you didn't go after the white people? Why you only went after that one woman, Helen, who was the white woman, the lead, and I love me some Virginia Madsen. But why was it that he went after people in the projects? You went after all them black folks. Them people ain't do nothing to you. It was the white people that did what they did to you. So when you say Candyman 5 times, he should have been cutting up. He should have been gutting some white folks. But you think they was in the 90s, they was going to make a movie about a black man taking revenge on white folks? We only got our one shot with Get Out. So we wasn't getting that with this one. So basically, he passed away at the age of 69. I also forgot too. Yeah, he was in a lot of movies that I love. He not only Candyman, but he was also in Hatchet. I love the Hatchet movies. I love the first one, second one. How many did they make? I even like the. I like the. I think I like the. I don't know if they made like more than three, but the only one off the top of my head, I think they've only done three movies. And I love Victor Crowley. I also love Danielle Harris when she came in as a screen queen. I think in part two and three or something or another. I'm trying to remember because it's been a minute since I've seen the Hatchet movies. But I love the Hatchet movies. I wish they would make more. I especially love the over the top kills and stuff they do in there. That's probably kind of like where Damian Leone, in so many ways, kind of got the inspiration where he does Art the Clown in so many ways of like, well, I'm sure it was other movies, but the fact that they did that with the Hatchet movies, I'm sure he kind of like took inspiration from that as well. So not only that, but of course that he was in so many ways the theory was he's deaf in Final Destination, kind of like being that voice or whatever. And we're supposed to be getting a Final Destination. I don't know if it's a sequel, reboot, whatever, but we're supposed to be getting another Final Destination movie. I don't know what's going on with it because I've been hearing things here and there, but I haven't really been like keeping up specifically with that franchise. I've just been hearing little things, and I've kind of just like put it to the side until I hear some confirmation. But I'm hoping that if they have done the movie already and they filmed it, that is Tony Todd going to be in this movie. And maybe I guess at this point they could dedicate it to him. But he was also, so he was in that. And of course, he was in one of my all time favorite movies that they tried to make so many times, but they failed, including this year. And that was The Crow. So yeah, he passed away at 69. And then according to Deadline, they said his reps confirmed the news, but did not provide a cause of death. So of course, like with everything else when we do on this show, you just have to probably wait a couple of days, maybe even weeks, until we find out what he passed away from, and then we'll bring it up on the show. So it says born on December 4th. Damn, his birthday is right around the corner. It's next month. December 4th, 1954, in Washington, D.C., Todd pursued acting at the Eugene O'Neill National Arts Theater Institute and Trinity Rep Conservatory, where he honed his skills and developed his commanding style. Among his first screen roles were playing the heroin-addicted Sergeant Warren in Oliver Stone's Best Picture Oscar-winning Vietnam War classic Platoon. Todd went on to guest on such popular 1980s and 90s series such as 21 Jump Street, Night Court, MacGyver, Matlock, Jake and the Fat Man, Law and Order, The X-Files, NYPD Blue, Beverly Hills 90210, Xena Warrior Princess, and Murder, She Wrote, as well as Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, and Voyager. He also recurred as pesky TV news reporter Matt Rhodes on Homicide Live on the Street and as Gus Rogan in more than a dozen 2013 episodes of The Young and the Restless. Damn, he even did the stories. Now, all the while, Todd continued to act for the big screen. He appeared in 1980s dramas such as Lean On Me, Colors, and Charlie Parker biopic Bird, starring Forrest Whitaker, but his best known film roles came during the following decade. I had no idea he was 6'5", but that man was tall, apparently, according to them. So they also said that he starred in the 1990 remake, Night of the Living Dead as Ben, the role played by Dwayne Jones and George A. Romero's iconic 1968 original. His next big role likely is his most famous, playing the mythical title Creep with a hook for a hand in Candyman, a character he reprised in the 2021 sequel of the same name. So that was the thing I had heard too. Spoiler alert. But look, the movie been out for 3 years. So if I didn't see it now, it was going to get spoiled. So Candyman in the 1992 film was the ghost of Danielle Robital, whose parents were enslaved in the 1800s and became an accomplished painter, but eventually he fell for a white woman whose estranged father sent a lynch mob to kill him. Robital was burned on the spot where a public housing project later is built and where a series of unexplained murders occurs. The Candyman legend lived on in the 2021 sequel directed by Nia DaCosta, which I did tell you I did not see. Still, it was among a number of horror roles that Todd would continue throughout his 40-year career, including playing funeral home owner William Bloodworth in Final Destination and multiple sequels. He also played Grange, a right-hand man of Top Dollar, played by Michael Wincott, in 1994's The Crow, starring Brandon Lee. He said, you got to have audience sympathy for the character in some way or another, Todd told Deadline in a 2022 interview. There's got to be something attractive about the character that makes people want to root for them, but at the same time feel repulsed by the idea. And for me personally, for every film that I do, I create a backstory for all my tortured people and my heroes alike. And I think, like, for the most part, a lot of actors do that, where it's like, even if a person is repulsive and I can't stand this person, like, you just want them to be burned at the stake. You always try to find a redeeming quality in them to give you that motivation to want to play that role. Like I've even learned that in acting class. So I totally get it. And they also said that he appeared as CIA director on NBC's Chuck, Freeform's Dead of Summer, and he was also on the MTV VH1 reboot series. Well, he did the Screen series that was on MTV and VH1. And he did a lot of B movies and all that other stuff. So he also did voice work. So he did voice work for Star Trek and Call of Duty games, to also TV's Transformers Prime and Be Cool, Scooby Doo, and such films as Transformers Rise of the Fallen. So yeah, he did have that booming voice. And so um Tony Todd is definitely someone who is going to be missed and is definitely an icon within the industry, especially when it comes to a lot of movies, particularly in the horror movie genre. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Unfortunately, we're not going to we lost Tony Todd, we lost Lance Reddick, two iconic Black actors who were just phenomenal in what they did. And yeah, they weren't like these household names in so many ways. I mean, they were famous in their own right, and they were still able to just move through the world, but they've been able to accumulate and do so many amazing films. And so, it's sad that we're not going to have them around anymore, because I would definitely have loved to have seen, more Tony Todd and more movies, especially in the next Final Destination film. So hopefully they did film some stuff where he is going to be in it. If not, then he will be missed, and we'll see where they plan on going with the funeral director character, if they try to bring somebody else into that whole situation to explain, that those moments in that film where he, what's happening, and the signs, the designs, and all of this. So the drill in regards to the Final Destination franchise. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said Ralph Carter is from Bed-Stuy and Northern. Was that one of her ex-husbands? I'm not familiar with who that was. Let me look him up. Ralph Carter. Oh, they said American actor or singer. Oh yeah, child. Oh, I've seen her. I've seen this queen before. Oh, Ralph Carter, child. You talking about Michael Evans from damn, what the hell is the name of that? Good Times. That's who you talking about. Oh, child. First of all, she looked like an AIDS victim. No shade. She looked like she got the high five. Them cheeks are sunken in. Ain't he 63? Oh, he was married twice. Oh, his mama. But anyway, let's move on from that. A predator. How you doing? Alcoholic. Well, yeah, when I was looking at them pictures, he was definitely giving like she be doing something. A little stronger than liquor too. Like, I hope you're not a Methodist. And child, I saw that Nico Aesthetics video where he was talking about that there was some 21-year-old that flew this 37-year-old man, Queen, out to Atlanta to hang out with him for Pride. And they was up partying and playing the whole time. So they ain't slept for days. And all of a sudden, the 37-year-old went and stabbed the 21-year-old to death in his own kitchen. Didn't say nothing, just picked up a knife and gutted him. Police showed up. The boy was already gone. And then the other one, the killer, was apparently covered in blood. The evidence was there and everything. Now you're about to spend the rest of your life in jail. I gagged when I saw that video. It was like a mess. This is why y'all need to be careful who y'all be out here partying with. And stop being them damn Methodists. Stay away from them drugs. Because y'all don't know what they be putting in stuff now. Now y'all doing the pink booger sugar and mixing it with all kinds of other stuff, and y'all staying up for days. I'm so glad that I got all that on my system, the whole circuit party era and all that mess, when the drugs actually was good. The drugs ain't, the drugs are mess now. You couldn't pay me to put half the shit that y'all be putting up in your body up my nose. Hell no. So glad I was born in the time I was born in. But anyway, let's talk about Nicole. Oh, no, nigga. Let's talk about Nicole Scherzinger, who apparently, was dragged all over social media. We talked about it in the last video. how she was dragged on social media for liking a Russell Brand post where it was like make Jesus something or another. What was the mess that she said? Oh, make Jesus first again or something or another. And she was liking it, and people got mad because it was like, okay, it's too soon. First of all, it was a red hat. We already know pretty much, we get symbolism and what red hats with words on it pretty much symbolizes. And it starts to trigger in people. And we're already in dire sensitive times where it's like post this election, there are a lot of people pissed off that Trump won, but I've already gone through millions of times of the reasons of why Trump may have won direction, may have won the election. And, I've been doing deep dives in regards of like paying attention to what's really going on in politics. And I do feel like one of the main things, especially with the View windmilling for them, I was like, okay, y'all ladies is out of touch. Because quiet as it's kept, y'all part of the reason why Kamala lost. When y'all asked her that damn question, I'll reiterate it when I talk about the View in a second. It was like when y'all was up in there and you pretty much put out there that, oh, so what would you do differently from Joe Biden? And they were like, she was like, oh, nothing comes to mind. Meanwhile, you're running around with Joe Biden's campaign people campaigning for you when you should have gotten rid of their ass and brought in your own people that actually were going to push her campaign. Another thing that hurt her, I believe, was the fact that she went on CNN and you're doing MSNBC and you're doing the mainstream and the Wall Street Journal and the View and stuff. And it's like people are not getting their information from there anymore. The kids now are watching Joe Rogan. The kids now are watching, Theo Vaughn. They're watching Logan Paul. They're watching pundits on social media. That is the future of media now, is that because they're independent. They're not caught up in, being bought and paid for by billionaires and corporations, which is another thing that has caused her the election because you have these, you're beholden by your corporate donors. Meanwhile, you had Trump over here, who of course is being backed by Elon Musk, and Elon Musk has Twitter, where he's able to use that platform to shoot misinformation at people a mile a minute. And when you've been indoctrinated with all that, the first rule in sociology, repeat the same lie over and over and over, people will begin to believe it. So for me, before we get to the Nicole thing, if you really want to know about people who know what the hell they're talking about, well, you know what? I'll save that for when we get to the next thing. But so people were pissed off in regards to that. So a lot of people are in sensitive times right now. People are feeling a way about certain things. And so she apologized. But it's like, yeah, and people are sensitive. And I've also noticed that because of what people are saying, they're pointing, there's blame game. It's time for the blame game. So people are pointing fingers, people are pissed. Anytime they find out a celebrity has endorsed this man or whatever the case is, they're like, oh, canceled. We don't want nothing to do with them. Take her Tony nomination away. We want her off this damn show and all this other stuff. So with all of that being said, she has taken to social media to apologize because Russell Brand, flashed a red hat saying make Jesus first again. And we all know that religion had a lot to do with the spreading of misinformation and things. Oh yeah, the trans kids are evil. They're gonna fund gender reassignment in prison. The gays are bad. Let's point the finger at all them. Meanwhile, they're gonna be out, these billionaires and millionaires and rich folk are gonna be out here stealing all the shit from y'all, while we, as the smaller conglomerates, are going to be with the infighting. We're going to be the immigrants, all the immigrants. And I'm not just talking about Mexican, Latino, whatever. We're talking about the Irish. We're talking about the Jews. We're talking about the blacks. We're talking about the gays, the women, all of us who are not at the top 1%. We're going to be fighting each other while they're sitting there stealing democracies and taking bigger pieces of the pie. And we're still going to be out here struggling to, make ends meet. So yeah, so afterwards she took to social media and put out the following and said, I deeply apologize for and this is why I despise. When y'all apologize, can y'all stop doing the 24-hour Insta story? Because to me it feels like, oh, it's just some temporary band-aid. You trying to put on some mask and eventually we'll forget and move on. And it's like, just if I'm going to apologize, I'm putting in my regular page. I'm not doing no 24-hour story because it's like, oh, well, something else is going to come along. We'll all forget. I want to put it there so that way y'all know that I am deeply sincere about stuff. But there's been too many of you people out here that put y'all stuff in your stories and then it's forgotten. So she said, I deeply apologize for the hurt caused by my recent engagement with some social media posts. When I commented on these posts, I made the mistake of not realizing that they could be easily interpreted as being politically related, and I apologize to anyone who understandably reached that conclusion. Many presumptions are being drawn which do not reflect who I am, what I stand for, or who I voted for. Many of the marginalized communities feeling hurt and concerned by the results of the presidential election are people I care about most. I stand with them as I always have throughout my life and career. If you know me, you know that. Well, clearly a lot of people don't know you, so they don't know that. And Nicole, girl, first of all, nobody could figure out who the hell you was as a pop star. So you really think that we supposed to know who you are as a person? Because we don't know that if you've been standing up for people that you care about and that you stand up for marginalized communities. Like if I pull up, if I mention Madonna, if I mention Chappell Roan, if I mention, people like that, we know that they stand on stuff because they're out here on the forefronts making it be known. I ain't never heard nothing about no Nicole standing up for anybody. Maybe the men that she be fucking, but other than that, no, I've never heard her mention anything of this magnitude. But okay, we'll entertain it because that's what she's putting in the post. So they said, like so many others, in times of adversity and uncertainty, I turn to my faith. Here we go. Now this is the thing that pissed people off because now you're bringing up the religion thing. I believe that the posts I engage with were about encouraging people to choose love and faith, putting Jesus first. For me, Christ embodies peace, compassion, hope, and above all this. Why I feel like she's about to go start singing I Will Always Love You. And above all, unconditional love, especially for those who may feel it the least right now. From a place of love, and I will always support values that bring us closer together. It's so important that we come together with compassion, with love, and love one another now more than ever. Go. So yeah, that's her post. Now the question, believes, is: are y'all calling BS on what she had to say? Oh yeah, that was the post that Russell Brand. I swear to Christ, I think them teeth are fake. Them teeth are so damn big for them. And that's another thing too. Why y'all be out here buying them veneers, but the veneers be way too big for y'all damn mouth? So yeah, that's the hat. And this is what we need to bring up. So it's like, okay, sis, you trying to brush it off like it's a one-time situation because people are making presumptions that she's a Trump supporter. But you like the post from Robert F. Kennedy. We brought this up the other day, saying that, yes, at Russell Brand, at Tucker Carlson, I will restore free speech, end the forever wars, and protect children's health once we get real Donald Trump back in the White House. So if you are liking this post, it makes people believe that you believe in the policies that they're in the propaganda and all the things that they're saying with Robert F. Kennedy and his conspiracy theories, especially when he's talking about the fluoride in the water that is causing people to lose their like learning disabilities and all these other things. Like there's a lot of conspiracy theories that he's going around, and he's been people have been asking him about, well, now that you are part of the situation, are you going to be removing certain things, especially when it comes to things about fluoride in the water and all this other stuff. He's been tap dancing around there more so than Gregory damn Hines at, Lincoln Center. World famous tap dancer for those of y'all who don't know. So, in that regard, it's sort of like, sis, read the room. And that's what people are saying. So when you have, hold on, these clucking hens over here disregarding what was said, this is when it's like, okay, clearly y'all getting y'all information from your little producers because y'all only probably got what? A couple of like maybe an hour or two to brush up on what's going on in Hot Topic, and you only get 7 minutes for 5 women to sit up there and spill the tea before y'all got to go to a damn commercial break. So you're all gonna lump that in and just be like, oh no, it's just everybody's overreacting. So yeah, so to get to the View situation, so they according to Dylan, they said that today The ladies came to the defense of Broadway's Nicole Scherzinger against the mob mentality of social media, even saying that Sunset Boulevard stars should not have apologized for liking Russell Brand's MAGA-style Make Jesus First Again ball cap. Now, after Whoopi, who was the moderator of the show, by the way, reminded viewers during today's Hot Topics segment that Nicole was raised in conservative Kentucky, is a devout Catholic, and has supported the LGBTQ community. She asked her co-panelists for their thoughts on the online backlash. Now, they all defended her, whose performance as Norma Desmond has drawn rave reviews and Tony Award speculation. Her comment on Brand's X page was, Twitter, because I don't call it X, was criticized at best tone deaf, given her recent stage success comes with a generally liberal Broadway community that views MAGA as detrimental to the rights of gay people and women. And we should also talk about how art is literally on the line. They're taking art out of schools. They're defunding a lot of art programs where art is what, I guess, it keeps the wheel going. Like when all this other stuff is going on, who wants to be engulfed in politics all day? First of all, I go nuts if that was what all I was in. But art allows us to express ourselves in a way where you can fight against the establishment and all these things. And slowly but surely, art is being removed. They're taking away so many programs and funds and things, and we have that newer generation where we need to go into that. I was watching something earlier. I think it was Katie Sackhoff has a podcast, and she had Jamie Bamber on there, who, they both were on Battlestar Galactica, and he was talking about how, like, in France, that he said in the UK where he's from, because he's British, he said that they're defunding and taking away a lot of art programs and stuff, kind of similar to America, but in France, which I gagged over. And it's like, why do people always have better programs than us? We're supposed to be progressive. We're the younger country, but we lack progressiveness in a lot of things. We don't want people to thrive, apparently. But he said something or another that in France with their art program is that it's seasonal. So it's like, even, they film more in the summer than the winter. So during the wintertime, they take care of you if you're in the arts, which is like you're able to take care of yourself during the downtime until the new season starts up again. So you ain't got to worry about being out here struggling as an actor, or the possibility of, you need to figure out how you're going to get money. So get back and start waiting tables. Nobody wants to sit and wait tables for the rest of their life. The whole goal of it as being an artist is you do what you got to do to get to a point where you made it, and then you don't have to struggle no more. But you go to France and they be supporting their people. Why can't we do that here? And if you think that the Trump administration gives a damn about y'all about to be in for a rude awakening. You ain't gonna feel it when he get in on January 21st. But you definitely gonna feel it a couple of years, if not decades from now. And I don't even think we're even gonna come back from all this mess in my lifetime. So yeah, they also wanted to say, this is what Anna Navarro said. She said emotions are so raw. It's overkill. I think people are losing their minds. Right now, social media is a rough, rough place to be. You can literally post a picture of puppies and there will be people. Well, that is true. However, I don't think this applies to Nicole. Now, maybe people are getting in on her about the red hat, and people are a little bit too sensitive in that regard. And I was willing to be with the women if I didn't know prior that she has liked certain pro-Trump conspiracy theory posts. So it's like, I don't care. And here's the thing. I kind of take offense to the thing about Whoopi, where it says in the article, because I didn't watch the episode yet. Because usually The View, I only watch it if it's on Hulu or whatever. I could watch it on their YouTube channel, but because they now upload the episodes. But if I want to see, usually I just wait for Hulu. But if they don't pop up, because sometimes Hulu, y'all be blowing my, y'all put shows up a little too damn late, and I be trying to watch it, and I'm like, well, screw y'all. I'm gonna just go to YouTube and watch the video. But when y'all talk about, she was raised in conservative Kentucky, which I get, and the fact of the matter is, I still don't understand how y'all voted Mitch McConnell and these same idiots that's pretty much keeping y'all in poverty. How do you continue to give these people platforms? How do you continue to vote for these people? It just goes to show that y'all clearly, it shows that y'all love being in an abusive relationship or y'all had an abusive child and don't know how to get out of it. But I get the fact that she was raised in conservative Kentucky, but just because you was raised in a conservative place doesn't mean that you need to still continue to indoctrinate abuse on other people. And we've heard this argument so many times where people will be like, Oh well, yeah, you support the LGBTQIA plus community. And we've had did we just do a story on closet cases who be sitting out here punching the gays, and then y'all went out and voted for Trump? So what does that even mean? The fact that, oh well, she grew up in a conservative little area and she supported the gays, but then you backhand the very people that kept your career afloat by supporting a man who could give two shits and a flying fuck about us, basically. So I don't like when y'all be doing that. Oh, but they support them. Okay, and what that got to do with the price of tea in China? There are people that support all the time and sit and do a lot of lip service and donate and those other things, but low key will vote against their own damn self interest or against the very people. There's been many conversations I've been having with so many people since she won. Well, since he won, that this has been the overall argument and conversation that I've been seeing people have all over social media. So yeah, it was not only the hat thing, but of course, it was the RFK thing, and what some people said, and then I guess I'll finish up with the whole thing and everything. But people did comment. They said, "Imagine using gay people to promote your new show and then abandoning us at the ballot box. Shame on you." This is what one person wrote on social media, which is kind of like what I was trying to get at. But you know me, I tend to go around the world and I to get them a point. But they pretty much summed it up. Another one chimed in and said, "And any Tony nom is gone with the wind, fabulous. Now twirl, twirl." And they said, just like your gay fans, bye. Scherzinger, as we said, she apologized. But then somebody else pointed out that she wore a Kamala Harris shirt before she made the comment on Russell Brand's thing. And I'm like, okay, so maybe she did support Kamala. I don't know. I'm confused. But in her post, a lot of people, including myself, were saying, but you didn't say who you voted for. You kept your post was very vague. And so, and of course there were some people out here that were saying justice for Melody. Where is this Melody? And then, of course, and let me not forget about this. See, if the research department was on their stuff, maybe y'all need to hire me over there at the View, so that way y'all have all your I's dotted and your T's crossed, instead of just gonna forget everybody's just going crazy and all that lip service. Which, like I said before, I really feel like the View caused her the election, because when they asked her that question and Kamala couldn't come up with a damn legitimate answer. Okay, it's like, okay, so you're not going to do nothing different. And you pretty much, a lot of people feel like that Kamala Harris has abandoned the working class. So that, and in 2016, they said she told the Daily Mail that she almost turned down a role in the TV remake of Dirty Dancing because it featured an abortion storyline. When it's like, bitch, are you dumb? First of all, you know how old Dirty Dancing is? I can't remember the exact year it came out. I think it was 1987. But are you that dense that you don't know that that movie is old and that plot was in the movie? So maybe you wasn't paying attention to the film like the rest of us was. But that abortion plot was in the damn movie. I was like, where is I was looking for the other picture. Okay. I was like, why is she look? See, that's another one. She need to lay off the damn surgery. First of all, we know the lips ain't real. You had lip injections. Look like you had when you lost all that weight, you started doing things to your face. And Nicole's a pretty girl, but she looked like she just botched her face up with all that surgery. And they said people are calling for her not to be nominated for a Tony. This is what Sarah Haynes said, and saying that the mom mentality on social media is poisonous and toxic, and saying that how the people calling for her not being nominated is ridiculous. It got out of control. Sunny Hostin said emotions are so raw, but I think it's just ridiculous. And then Navarro chimed back in again, said, does this mean I can get tickets now for the show? Because it was very sold out. I thought about getting tickets during the preview, but I just, no, it was a lot going on there. But yeah, it's just like, this show was in high demand. And as And then, Goldberg, Whoopi done said this. And she said, and it's still going to be very sold out. She's brilliant in the show. She liked a hat. Relax. She liked a hat about Jesus. I would think that would be a unifying thing. It's a hat. It's just a hat. Well, you know that one thing about The View, and the ladies of The View, is that they're gonna take something that has a lot of layers and deep and just brush it off with just some little generic much ado about nothing because they don't have the wherewithal to even know the full story, which is what I brought y'all in regards of the whole situation. So now look, I don't know if that's the back of the playbook or the front, but if she don't have a problem signing a playbill with Harry Potter on it, why couldn't Patty LuPone sign that playbill that had um Hell's Kitchen on the front? But anyway, so I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? I know I was like, I lumped both topics into one situation. So I already know when I cut this up, it's gonna be a long one. So what do y'all think about this story? Do you accept Nicole's apology? Do you feel do you feel that it was genuine, it was sincere, that she meant it? And then on top of that, what do you think of the View ladies chiming in on this? Do you feel like they maybe didn't have all the facts in regards to this whole situation? And I guess even if they have the facts, they're not going to really address it because they don't want to ruffle feathers when it comes to their celebrity friends. And then on top of that, like y'all don't want to talk policy, especially when it comes to politics. So if they don't really want to talk the real stuff when it comes to politics, why would you expect them to do it, talk about real issues or a real hot topic when it comes to talking about celebrities on that tight ass show? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Now, speaking of comments, chair, I see we got a lot. So let me get to them because I knew this would be a hot button one. Hot topics. I forgot to bring up the Devin Franco story. I think I'm gonna do that one tomorrow. um, she is not, but whatever. Do you think Devin Franco and all those Trump supporters, adult film gay stars, gonna get fired and basically get the door hit on their behind because having the industry shut down because of Project 20? I don't know. I have no idea. I did see that um one of my friends was talking about um what did he say? Oh, he was giving like a little sale or whatever on his porn, Jason Luna. He was up in there saying like, oh, I'm doing a heavy discount. Y'all, he said, hurry up and jump on it before they ban porn. Well, he said porn, but because apparently it's a bad word to say all of that. Oh, they were talking about, and we in our era of walking around and find out. Oh, because I'm reading one. They said I voted for Trump. My wife sent me divorce papers. What do I do? Sign them. That's all you can do, sir. They said, I don't even know what to say. I'm shocked I married somebody willing to throw away our entire life over politics. Last week we were happy. Today we're getting divorced. She won't have a discussion. She says nothing will change her mind. Insists she is going to report my parents. Ooh, because they live off of disability, but my dad does some cash work, auto repair. So now I'm worried for my white family. Well, you should be, because I don't know why y'all sitting out here thinking that only the immigrants, which quiet as it's kept, all of y'all are immigrants except Native Americans. They're the only ones that belong here. The rest of y'all need to go back to where the fuck y'all came from. So if we really want to sit up in here and talk real, white people, y'all don't own this shit. Y'all colonized it. You don't belong in America. America is not a place where you just inherit it. You stole it. Thanks to Christopher Columbus, a Spaniard, by the way. So if anybody should be happy, is my Native American side, because my family is part Native American, but also I should curse out my family because I got part Spaniard. I got Spaniards in my family as well. So I'm screwed on both sides. Happy on one side, screwed on the other. So, and they also said that, oh damn, she about to spill all their tea. And they said she wants me to buy her out of the house. We have $300,000 in it, plus built a 4-bay garage since we bought it 3 years ago. I can't afford that. When I told her this, and as she was packing her things, she said, I guess you're finally gonna really know how it feels to be fucked by a Democrat. ETA, her name is on the deed, but not on the mortgage. I'm not confident that I can reason with her. What do I do? Where do I start? How do I fix this? Is anybody else experiencing this in the wake of child? Now, if this ain't a case of fuck around and find out, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm here for it. And this is what y'all need to learn. You are someone who's married to a woman. Do you not realize like what Project 2025 and all these things does to affect women? I mean, maybe you and your wife are at a point, I don't know what their age was, because it didn't say, but maybe she's at an age where it's like, her ex is pouted. She can't have no kids or whatever the case is. But when you vote for him, you vote against all women. So she's like, well, okay, well, if you love Trump so much, then you go and fuck him then. You go find him and give it to him in the bud. Ooh, can you imagine? Because I think that man wears diapers and he don't wipe his ass correctly. So that's why I said in this case, we're in the fuck around and find out era. And he fucked around and he found out. And now you stuck. And I feel like it's gonna be in a lot of things. Yes, this is one of the most important elections of our lifetime. And a lot of y'all voted the way you voted. And you have to realize that your actions have consequences. And if you're going to be in a relationship, which this has not only happened with women, but I believe gay men as well. I remember Robert was telling me a story that it was a gay couple. One guy is a Trump supporter. His boyfriend found out that he voted for Trump and he kicked his ass out of the house. So it's like, yeah, this is going to divide people. Politics is not how it was back in the day. Or what it was that people would do certain things in politics. You would have differences of the politics, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, honey, I'm gonna vote your way." And then when they get in the ballot box, they vote somewhere else or something or another. The times was different back then, so it wasn't talked about as much. But now that we have social media, and social media has affected the way we receive information, it has changed. It is different. So yeah, you're gonna see a lot of people filing for divorce and breaking up, and people getting kicked out because like we said many a times, you fuck around, you're gonna find out today. Merry Christmas, since it's next month. That's a Devin Frankel always gave me off putting by. Oh, you mean the one that got, that ran through Bussy? Child, I don't even know how. That Bussy is ran through, wrecked. Okay. I'm banning you. Because you're not going to sit up in here and spread trans misinformation to my people of men in wigs and all this stuff. You are banned from this damn channel. It's like, I don't even know who the fuck that was, nor do I care. But you're not going to put that propaganda crap up in this channel. You take that shit over there to Fox News. You take that over there to the one with the fake Jew with the yarmulke. What's his name? Ben Shapiro. You take it to them motherfuckers over there. Don't bring that shit to this channel. You said the donkey veneers. Oh, you said Kamala's campaign spent about 1.2 billion on commercial ads and everything else. Trump used only 760 million. That's embarrassing. Well, she had all them damn people, and then bringing out all them celebrities. Well, we're about to get into that in a second with what Bethenny Frankel said. Say that to Tom Fan. Oh yeah, we read that about the donkey veneers. And you said, oh, you talking about I was like, who we talking about donkey veneers? Oh yeah, Russell Brand. Because I'm like, them teeth is ginormous. And you know what? That was a perfect assessment because he do give donkey veneer teeth. Ross Lynch and his family are Trump supporters. So, trash. Well, I wonder how Troye Sivan feels about this because he was giving him plenty of lap dances. And your career still ain't take off. I'm talking about Ross Lynch. But it was like, oh, yep, bye Nicole, as a real icy girl had to say. Build the wall, she said. She not getting no damn Tony, but we'll see. Because when the Tonys, I'm like, when is the Tonys? I think the Tonys is obviously next year because we had it this year. So I'll definitely be keeping my eye on it and see what she says about, if she does get a nomination. And then when she comes on, I will talk about it on the channel. I'm like, okay, how do y'all feel? I saw someone on TikTok say that American fashion trends predicted the outcome of the election. Oh, you talking about all them ugly, freaking red, white, and blue fashions that everybody's wearing and it was all shiny? I'm like, who's dressing y'all? It's like Liberace and the dog. That's what they dressed y'all, or a blind Liberace. And I was like, yeah, them fashions was tacky as hell. So you said country club clothing, conservatism becoming popular again, and everyone wearing real tree hunting clothes. Tacky, tacky, tacky. People dressing like they from rural small town America. I don't know who thought that was fashionable. Yep, she's not wrong. Divorce him and she need to report his parents. Absolutely. Because I'm like, if you're going, look, we in our petty era, like we at this point is like, okay, so y'all want to play hardball? Y'all like them people over there that's voting, they want to do the when they go low, we go high. I'm not running for public office. So I'm gonna be petty as hell. Petty. If I was a drag queen, my name would be Petty LaBelle. So if I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna throw shade and I'm gonna go after y'all, I'm going scorched earth. I'm not going to the fiery pits of hell. I'm going scorched earth. I'm going beneath. Wherever the hottest part of hell is, that's where I'm going. And I'm gonna dig even further down. That's how petty I'm gonna get when it comes to these people. So it's like I'm not being nice. I'm not taking the high road. That shit don't get you no damn where. So what these politicians, especially on the Democratic side, and I feel like what hurt them is the fact that they want to continue to predict and tell us who it is whose time it is to become president. At this point, y'all ain't got, well, actually, that's not true. They do have people. We haven't heard from them yet. So there are many people who are progressive Democrats or people who are fired up Democrats who really want to get their team right back on, get them back in top shape. I feel like what these Democrats need to do, these old school, some of y'all need to step down. Nancy Pelosi, old ass, need to go. Get rid of her ass. She getting on my nerves. Chuck Schumer, another one. I've met him a few times. His ass need to go too. It's time to usher in some new talent, or at least, what's the word? Mentor some of these newer generation people that should come in and give them the platform to kind of get out there and get the ball running and get people fired up and start. Don't knock on nobody's door. First of all, I don't like nobody knocking on my damn door. I cackle when I saw Kamala Harris out here knocking on people's door. Bitch, what are you doing in my house? Like I don't even like people coming to my house to visit me. Unless I know you coming. And then we got plans and everything, because that's the Virgo in me. It's like, don't be doing no pop-ups. I can't stand that, because it's like I'm not prepared. Then it's like I gotta put on this face of like, yeah, I'm happy to see you. It's like, let me know, Chad, that you're coming, and then we can plan accordingly. But it's like you gotta allow these next generation of Democrats to come in and say, look, I see agrees. She said, I don't answer my door. And so I'm like, don't be just popping up in my house. I'm like, what you doing here? So it's like, y'all got to get out there, and then y'all have to learn how to combat against the propaganda and the BS and the stuff that these people like the Elon Musk and these other radical, shows like what was his name? The one that the little fat neck one with bald head that went out here was InfoWars. That's what I'm talking about. You got to go combat against them fools and figure out how y'all can, play defense in the situation. And who are the next generation? Not even next generation. Who are the pundits? Because while the Republicans got all these crazy people like the Ben Shapiro's and the Candace Owens and so many others, and the Joe Rogans, who is the Joe Rogan of the Democratic Party? And so there's some Democratic people that I listen to. And the ones I've been watching a lot lately, Brian Tyler Cohen, definitely check him out. I've been watching James Carville. I've been following James Carville for years. Like he's somebody who I love because it's straight with no chaser. And he's an old man, so he's gonna tell you the tea. And that's why whenever I would see him on certain shows, especially back in the day when we used to do Real Time with Bill Maher, back when I used to watch Bill Maher, which was like maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I always like when James Carville gets up there because he'll tell you the true tea. And he recently did a video on why the Democrats lost, which I think a lot of people should check out. Go on his YouTube channel. David Pakman's another one I'd be watching. I also watch Pondering Politics. Roland Martin, I've been following him. Pod Save America. And recently I just started checking out this guy called Tennessee Brando. Now he looked like a Trump supporter, but he's not. He's very much a real progressive in a lot of his thinking. And he recently wore a shirt about a pro-trans t-shirt on his show. So that's why I was definitely appreciating him for that. So we're just sort of like a straight guy who's very much open-minded and is trying to tell you about like what it's like down in Tennessee and a lot of those southern areas that are getting caught up in a lot of the misinformation. So those are the people that I get into that I watch. I'm not watching, I watch and see what they're talking about over on the mainstream channels, the MSNBCs and all the other stuff, because I need to know what they're talking about. But a lot of the stuff they talk about is a lot of surface crap. A lot of it's outdated. They'll hit on a couple of points, but if you really want to get down deep into, okay, now Democrats, it's time for y'all to really step up and realize why y'all lost. They're the ones that's really going to give it to you straight with no chaser. AOC voters voted for Trump because of the outsiders and not liking career politicians, but the idea to give men a voice. Hmm. Okay, so now let's get into this mess because we're sitting up here talking about politics and all this other stuff on why she lost the election. But according to Bethenny Frankel, she thinks that the reason why Kamala Harris lost is because she had all these celebrities, such as Jennifer Lopez, Beyonce, Cardi B, all these big major celebrities coming out and endorsing her, and Bruce Springsteen and having Katy Perry. You know what? Katy Perry out here killing everybody's damn career, including her own. The minute she came out and performed, it was a wrap. It's like, damn, your album flopped, and then you flopped on a damn campaign with them pitchy ass vocals. I didn't have to hear to know that she was, the people was out here complaining about her singing. When she was, I think it was at one of the rallies in Pennsylvania. So yeah, this is what Bethenny had to say on the matter. So she said this. She said how she felt that she just did not think that aligning with celebrities was a good idea. Now I do have the clip, courtesy of her TikTok. So let's take a gander over to the TikTok and hear what she had to say, and then I'll give my thoughts. Please hold. Wait, hold on now. Now, why all of a sudden now I had it ready? And now I don't
This was
play.
The most divisive election that I can recall in my lifetime. And because the stakes felt so high on both sides, people couldn't have an opinion. It's been like that for a while, but it felt more crystallized here, where you couldn't have an opinion about something. You couldn't, regardless of who you were voting for, you couldn't just say that either candidate did something that you didn't like, or something that you don't agree with, or something that you thought wasn't a good business practice, or something that was in poor taste, or something. You just couldn't do it because people can no longer have a conversation. And then what happens is it's just more outrage, and people wait 4 more years to do the same thing all over again. I genuinely did not think that aligning with celebrities is and was a good idea. I don't think that the American public, by and large, cares about who's hobnobbing with celebrities. I think that it's the forbidden fruit. It's so tempting. It's right there. It's the shiny object. I don't think it's a working model. I'm allowed to have that opinion.
Yeah. There may be a little bit of truth to that. Now, she also went on to say that she does not believe that celebrities have influence over the people anymore. And I was like, in so many ways, I think I agree with that, because when it comes down to the celebrity influence, like when you look at celebrities and stuff in general, I just feel like a lot of people don't really follow celebrities that way. Now I feel like we're at a time where they fit, like what people look for, and I think we've said, well, not I think I know we've said this many times on the show. Whenever it comes to certain celebrities that are popular now, they have to have a sense of authenticity to them, which is why when we see artists such as, and I have to constantly bring them up, like a Taylor Swift or a Chappell Roan, or any of those type of girls, that there's a sort of relatability, especially in the type of, and Charlie XCX and all these other girls, there has to be some sort of a vulnerability, and there's some sort of a relatability in the art that they're putting out. And yeah, you can have that mysteriousness about you in regards of your personal life, and then entertain people, and that's great to have that. But to think that people like a Taylor Swift, or Beyonce, and Selena Gomez, and Jennifer Lopez, and all these other people have an influence over getting people to vote, it doesn't. Whereas when you look at who Trump had on his side, yeah, he didn't have a lot of celebrities, and I know he was mad about that because he loves the fame, he loves the spotlight, he loves all the other things. But what he was able to capitalize on was the general giving the illusion that he cares about men, and he's giving men a platform to be able to, because when you say freedom of speech is on the line and you can't say nothing anymore, especially when Tony Hinchcliffe was trying to play that narrative when he was at the rally. And people were mad over what he said. Oh yeah, freedom of speech is on the line, and we can't make jokes, and we can't, woke, and the work mob virus and all that other crap that Elon Musk has been saying. When you indoctrinate some of those things in people's head, they start to believe that. Oh yeah, it's like we can't make a joke about black people, we can't make a joke about gays and trans and things. And there's a time and a place for that, especially like if I'm going to a comedy show and you do insult comedy, I get that there's a time and a place for that. But of course, when you have politicians over on the red side, the MAGA side, who are weaponizing that because they know how to. The one thing that I've noticed a Republican, well, not I've noticed, I've known this for years. It's just now it's come to a head and people starting to really notice. Because sometimes I got to get knocked upside the head with a goddamn sledgehammer for y'all to actually see what's in front of you. Because a lot of people will still be in that, in the cult, they'll be in denial, whatever. But it's just, sometimes it just takes a situation for you to get what it is that is going on. And one of the things about Republicans that they're really good at is that they're good at seeing a weakness in somebody and exploiting it. And that is pretty much what they've done a lot in this campaign. When you run around and say, oh, I want to keep men out of out of women's sports and stuff. And there's this transgender propaganda thing that's been going on. And you have Democrats on the other side who will not come out and be like, y'all have to choose something. You can say that, you're for trans issues, but then there's other things that we need to work on as well. Like you just can't just be so quick to coddle and run away in a corner and just be like, oh my God, we're just getting our ass beaten. We just curl up in a ball. And that's kind of what it's been given. And a lot of people who are, watching this stuff, they just feel like, well, you're not out here defending us. Defend us. Hello. Like, I get you want to help us with getting us health care, and which, quiet as it's kept, we need health care for all. I don't understand why it is we're lowering costs. No, don't lower the cost. Everybody should have access to fucking health care. And whereas in other countries, they have universal health care. They have access to health care. There's things where it's just like, okay, if a spouse passes away, that, the government will help you, support you in paying your bills and all the other stuff if something happens to your spouse. It's just sort of like, it seems like it's a sign of weakness, or it's a crime for us to ask for help. Like, you act like that it's us begging. Oh, everybody need to pull themselves up out of the bootstrap. What is that mentality? It's about that, yeah, we out here working our asses off, but it still feels like at the end of the day, we're not getting the help and the support that we work so hard for. And then, but other people, and there's this other narrative. People coming into our country and they just getting the red carpet laid out for them. And it's like, yeah, you can talk about fixing our borders and doing a better job of it, but also there needs to be strings, tighter strings on the situation. I'm like, yeah, but what about the people that's here? And another thing that was irritating me too, they should have been going after Wheelchair Jimmy, aka Greg Abbott, that old bastard who was sitting there taking all the migrants, because hello, isn't there a border over there by Texas? And so all them illegal immigrants is coming up in here, and then they basically, instead of him dealing with the issue, he goes and rounds them all up on a damn bus and ships them here to New York. And then we had that old cockeyed bastard, Mayor Adams. Oh yeah, let's just put them all up in luxury. Well, I don't know if they luxury, but let's just put them all up in hotels, and let's give them a stipend, so that way they be able to support themselves on baby formula and things of that nature. But what about a lot of the people that are here that are struggling, that are American citizens? And that was the thing that they were able to use to exploit the immigration situation, which is why you have a lot of Latinos who think they white, by the way. A lot of y'all. I've seen a lot of them yesterday, but when I was working in a Dominican baseball game. But when you have a lot of people who will sit up in here and they'll just be like, I voted for Trump because I need him to close up the border. And the attitude with that is, oh yeah, I made it in the country. So now that I'm in the country and I got my papers and I've done everything the right way, now let's burn the damn ladder that I already climbed up, because I don't want that next person behind me to climb up the same damn ladder that I did. It's that selfishness. And for the most part, yeah, most people are selfish. Most, I didn't say all, most people are selfish. And that's what we've seen. This is a reflection. Trump and all that orange is a reflection of this country today. So I do think it's a lot of things, and it's not as simple as Bethenny is trying to make it, where she's talking about, oh, all these hobnobbing with celebrities. Now, I do think that Democrats in the future, hopefully y'all are paying attention, lick your wounds, continue to lick them, they heal them a little bit. But once January get here, then I feel like y'all need to hit the ground running, because y'all definitely going to have to get on that damn treadmill and start running fast, trying to get things done. Quiet as it's kept, y'all need to be getting things airtight now, so that way in day one he ain't starting his mess, because he already started saying a lot of things he planning on doing day one. That hand gonna be having carpal tunnel with all the papers that he told me he planned on signing when he get into office on day one. Now realizing, Rome wasn't built in a day, but apparently according to Trump, it was. Just like all them Trump towers that he don't own. But so I don't think it's as simple as she tried to make it out to be. But I want to see if so yeah, the celebrity endorsements, I feel like when it comes down to it, people don't feel like I can relate to a Beyonce. I can't relate to a Jennifer Lopez. I can't, while Cardi B did have that Cinderella story, and I saw her the other day because she came to my job to a Knicks game. So while Cardi B did have the Cinderella story, she ain't one of us no more. She part of the elite. She good. She good. She could sit and go. I don't know if she still own a house in DR. Because she owned property with Offset and all that drama that's going on with that. I haven't been paying attention to all her real estate situations. I didn't help her in her endeavors. I don't know how that is supposed to be. But a lot of y'all could pick up and leave the country for 4 years. A lot of us don't have the luxury. And I heard people are talking about picking up and moving and things of that nature. I don't know how y'all plan on doing that. I mean, it's not easy to get up and just pack up and go to another country, especially when they have their own immigration laws and border situations. And then, of course, you have to figure out how you're going to be able to take care of yourself when you move to these other places, and the language barrier, depending on where it is you're going to move. Because a lot of y'all ain't going to sit up in here and pick up a Rosetta Stone or whatever and learn the language in a short amount of time. You probably use Google Translator or, AI, whatever, to get the thing, to be able to translate your conversations or whatever the case is. So there's a lot of that, but there's a lot that goes into, okay, I'm going to pick up and just move. Not everybody has the luxury of doing that, especially if you live paycheck to paycheck. So I don't think it's I just feel like typical TikTok soundbite that y'all just thinking you could just put something up for 2 minutes, a 2-minute little video, and you can get your whole point across. There's a lot of layers as to why Kamala Harris lost the election. And maybe part of it has to do with her hobnobbing with celebrities. As we said earlier, what was it? Who was it that said the comment? It was Onyx said basically Kamala's campaign spent about 1.2 billion on commercial ads and everything else. Trump used only 760 million. And plus he also, and you know what? I also feel like the way he was able to save money on that whole situation because he had Elon Musk. Elon Musk with Twitter, you know how much propaganda and stuff that he could spread and using that. And then, of course, he has True Social and so many other ways that he could get his information, the stuff out there a lot faster. Plus, he had a lot of pundits who were helping spread a lot of that information. So it was smart on that part. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm saying it's smart that he was going to be able to save money on his campaign, whereas the Democrats are, of course, going to overspend because maybe in so many ways they don't have a way of getting out, the voice and the conversations and the things out there. They got to do a much better job at spreading the message. And it's like, and trying to fight against this new world order of how the Republicans get the stuff, the information and the propaganda and all the stuff out there. They're just really loud with their bullhorn and in their message. The Democrats just have to do better at trying to play defense in this situation. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do y'all agree with Bethenny Frankel, where she basically is saying that the celebrity hobnobbing is why she lost the case? I just feel like that's just a little surface answer. I don't feel like that's the only answer. There's many layers to it, and I feel like, of course, within the coming weeks, and we got Thanksgiving coming, so everybody could take a little break or whatever and not want to stress themselves out with that. But for the most part, there's many reasons why she lost the case of winning, the presidency, and why she got her ass beat and, didn't win any of the swing states. And a lot of the people that I mentioned earlier in the show, well, I was telling y'all to watch their shows, Brian Tyler Cohen, James Carville, David Pakman, Pondering Politics, Roland Martin, Pod Save America, and Tennessee Brando. When I was telling y'all to watch their shows, they really break down, a lot of better than I do. I mean, I'll be all over the place with my commentary. And I'm hoping that I've given you enough of the information in regards of like many of the reasons. But they're really good at breaking down a lot of the reasons in at length in regards of why she lost and what the Democrats need to do to, you know, go up against the new Republican or the new Republic, or we should call MAGA. Otherwise, y'all going to continue to get spanked and lose elections. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so Cleveland legend says what's going to happen to Caitlyn. Well, I told you she's gonna live in, she's gonna stay in her little compound up in Calabasas. Cause she think, like a lot of these people, that her voting against the trans community is not gonna affect her. That's the way she believes. If you could call her that. It's like if it wasn't for, the housewives and all that other stuff, then you wouldn't have the career that you would have today. But Bethenny is very privileged. Like her father was like a horse trainer, owned a lot of horses, all this and stuff. So she's had money. And she's babysat a lot of celebrities. I believe she babysat Paris Hilton and a bunch of other stuff. So she's been in that little circle her entire life. The only way I guess what it was is that I told you, when people come from money, the thing next after that, they want the fame. And she found a way to transition to that through the housewives. So it says something this year proved that celebrity endorsements really don't matter like they did when it was Reagan, Hillary, Obama. The biggest pop act out right now endorsed her, and she still lost. Exactly. Even with Taylor Swift, they didn't care. So that's why I said, and if you look at that compared to the people that Donald Trump had, I mean, yeah, there were a lot of them were billionaires. Like you had who was it? When Dr. Phil came out, then you had Dana White, who does the UFC, and the reason why, I guess, from what I was told, that he, Dana White will always be in debt to Trump is because when UFC was first starting out and they couldn't get into a lot of those places where, like Madison Square Garden, which they are now because I'm working their show this week. So UFC has finally crossed over, not finally, but it's crossed over into the mainstream where they can do Madison Square Garden, all these other places. But at first they were not seen as that. They were kind of like the outcast. So when other, places weren't giving them the opportunities, Donald Trump was. So that's why I feel like, so they were able to do the UFC and stuff at the casinos and all this other stuff. So I think that's why he will always be indebted to him. So while he had a lot of those billionaires and all those other people in there, people can relate to a Dana White because it's familiarity. It's the UFC. So a lot of guys go into that. Also, I think people don't realize this as well. Because I didn't realize this, was that when, with how they were able to get the male vote, is because a lot of men who like basketball, football, boxing, mixed martial arts, that's the audience that they know that, okay, let's go after them. So a lot of the men are being indoctrinated with the stuff about, the stuff that Trump has been talking about. So when you liking that stuff on social media, the algorithm picks that up and they're sending you that stuff. They're feeding you that information. And so that's why they're hearing about, oh, the trans people are trying to take over and they're trying to add women into men's, women into trans women into women's sports and all this other stuff. And they hear these things and then the men jump on this or all these other things. So I was like, so that's what they're doing. So they're coming after your boys. There was something that I posted on my Facebook as well. I think I still have it open. Where it was like, they said, why you clutching your pearls over drag queens? Here's who's really influencing your boys. And this is what I have posted on my social media, and people weren't really realizing that. And that was on, my Facebook. So it's like you got Elon ugly ass, you got Andrew Tate, you have Logan Paul, and then you have Joe Rogan. Somebody wrote a group of gherkin dicks. Of course, Luna told me I'm okay with Joe Rogan. The rest, no thank you. I have friends that listen to Joe Rogan. But he's also, some of the stuff he's said is pretty much like conspiracy theory stuff. So there's that. So you have to realize that, that based on what your kids are liking, and it could be just innocent, like, oh, I just like sports and stuff. Especially when it comes to young people, social media is that thing that has really got a lot of people. Can we use the word brainwash? Because that's clearly kind of what it is in so many ways. Cardi B had a relatable story, but she lives in LA now, which is very relatable. And yeah, in a mansion. So it's like, yeah, people relate to you. You know, I loved her speech, even though people was calling her ratchet and stuff, but she was definitely hitting a lot of those points. I do feel like the one thing about Cardi B is that even though she is, you know, rich and she's very successful, she's very relatable in the way she presents herself. So she can take herself back to that time and you believe it, where she's talking about, you know, women's rights and reproductive rights and all these things and you know, how expensive it is to take care of a kid. So because it's like, but I was gonna say once upon a time she was there, but then again, I think she was always with money when she started having kids. So she was already Cardi B when she started having her 3 children. She was with Offset. But I'm sure she can relate because growing up in the Bronx, she's known many of people that could relate to that situation, which made perfect sense as to why to have her there. But I don't think it helped, as we were saying. Cleveland also says she should have kept the celebrity speeches to a minimum. I think bringing normal people from different backgrounds might have been a better approach. Absolutely, she should have brought that up. Remember at one time Trump was even doing that, even though we was all side-eyeing and I was like, okay, y'all a bunch of damn coons, you're radicalized, you're a mess. And we saw the grit that they were doing. They were just better at it. And the problem is, it's like, yeah, you abandoned the working class. You didn't bring a lot of those working class people up in there. And you do need to find people that are relatable. Also, you need to allow a lot of, you know, the future blue party people who have a more progressive idea and know and understand social media and how that world works to come in and windmill for y'all. Y'all still trying to keep this old guard of, like we was said earlier, the whole era of how things were run during the Reagan era. That was 40 some odd years ago. That don't fly no more. The times have changed. It's time y'all either catch up or you're going to continue to lose, you know, political power and you're going to continue to lose your voice. And it's just going to become like the evil empire, which a lot of people are fearing is going to happen um, in January. Okay, so Robert says I have a feeling he's gonna have he's gonna have a hard time getting everything he wants because he won't be able to get everything that he wants. He's promising and he says a whole lot of stuff, but you people have to realize that that's not how government works. And it's time for people to kind of start chirping him by his ear to start putting things in place that he won't be able to tear down our democracy. But and who knows what they're over there doing. So we'll see. And you got time. Remember, your last day is January 19th, Mr. Biden. And so they said Bethenny gets a side eye. Well, she always gives me a damn side eye I always give her a side eye, I should say. But yeah, there is that. And it said Republicans do have majority in the Senate and also predicted to have the House. What matters is the tie-breaking vote. I know a lot of people want to work, but application demands a college education or higher education for management and stuff, and they want a job market. Well, yeah, they do need to get rid of that because you have to. It's like there's so many vacant jobs, and then on top of that, the worst part is too. So you have people who have college degrees that can't get jobs in the field that they want to work in, so they're in debt. They're spending all this money, and then they end up having to work some minimum wage job as a prime example, to be able to make ends meet. It's like, well, what did I go to college for? College, as I said, is all one big ass scam too. So, this whole thing about higher education, it's just a mess. But look, what's his name? Trump did say he's trying to get rid of FAFSA. So, and he plan on dismantling the Department of Education, which is going to make y'all even more dumber. Democrats have to worry about how to prevent those blue states from becoming swing purple states. California underperformed what Biden did in 2020, and that's our home state. Yeah, that's embarrassing. And then New Yorkers, 2 million New Yorkers voted for Trump. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Now we about to probably turn purple. I said, oh, hell no, we not. So y'all need to straighten up and try to hold on to the state you have, but also reach out to those other states. Y'all need to go down to the Rust Belt. Y'all need to go out there and start talking to these people and stop looking at it as like, oh, well, they're not going to turn. They're not going to change. And I feel like those of y'all who talking about I'm leaving, no. This is the time when we actually got up and fought. Many of our ancestors, that's how we were able to get what we wanted. We fought against the establishment. It wasn't politicians who got work done. They only got the work done because A, it helped them in the politically, or B, it was, the noise was just so damn loud they had to jump on it. So I don't think I've ever met a politician. I'm just like, you know what? We're just gonna feel like abolishing slavery today, or feel like giving women reproductive rights. It was always because the shit was so loud and they threatened y'all to lose your job or whatever the case was, or you saw an opportunity to for it to enhance your political career. Like I was hearing about with the whole situation with the attorney for the Menendez brothers, that because he didn't get elected or whatever the case was, that it may be they may now get out of jail or something or another like that. I have to look further into that story, but I remember hearing that in passing. Says, I hope Kamala is not the Democratic nominee. And I've been hearing people talking about they want her to vote again. No, we're good. I feel like at this point, y'all need to start looking for those next generation people because I'm sure they are bubbling around in the Democratic spaces. We're just not hearing about it because, like a lot of these media conglomerates, y'all want to gatekeep. Y'all want to try to tell us who we think should be the presidential nominee instead of listening to the people who said, we like that person, we want them to run. But it's like, oh no, it's not their time. It's Hillary's time. It's Joe Biden's time because you had your time and we had to make you wait. And then we want to sabotage Bernie Sanders, which shout out to him for calling out the Democratic Party. In a recent video, Nancy Pelosi pushed back. And I was like, okay, bitch, you don't know what the hell you talking about. You need to have a seat. I mean, I don't mean bitch in a bad way, but I'm just saying, like, ma'am, this is the part where you are incorrect in what you were saying, especially when there was rumblings behind the scenes that you was trying to tell Biden he need to step down, but y'all told him too late. And now you're trying to tell Sotomayor she needs to step down. When Bernie Sanders even was saying he don't think that's a good idea. Kamala also never directly said something about Miss Jenny's side in Palestine without talking about a ceasefire at the same sentence, which is a top issue for those under 30. That's why I said at some point, the problem with Democrats is they talk vague. They try to talk out of both sides of their mouth. They don't give a direct answer to things. And my thing is, you're not gonna get everybody to like you. And I think that's the problem with the Democrats. Maybe you know what, that I feel like that's the sentiment. Y'all want everybody to like y'all. Y'all want everybody to just agree because you don't want to ruffle feathers or hurt people's feelings. You're gonna piss somebody off regardless. So you need to figure out how to take your message and make it. You, you need to learn how to lie better. The Trump organization, they figured out how to lie and lie to a point where it's like you know they lying, but the people just like the taste of the lie. They're gonna just lie better. They say it had to be a man. Harvard University go against airhead JD Vance because Trump can't run again, even though he's trying to say like he want to. I would love Brian Tyler Cohen to be president, but I don't think he would want to. First of all, is he married? Because if he's not, I'll be your husband. And it's, I see a lot of people saying Gavin Newsom for 2028. Well, I did see that there was some story that he's trying to put some things in place where LA or California has absolute protection from the stupidity that Trump is planning on doing during his campaign. And I'm already pissed because we got this dumbass mayor of ours talking about he's willing to work with Trump. And I'm like, after he just read you for filth at the MAGA rally that was at Madison Square Garden, like he insulted you in your own city. And now you think, oh, I'm looking forward to working with him because that's what he sounded like, a damn Sambo whenever he opened his damn mouth. Tap dancing coon. Also, Kamala started every sentence with "I'm from the middle." Oh yeah, that's what I was loving about the jokes. How they would read him, they would like anytime Kamala would say something, "I'm from a working class family," and it's like, girl, shut up. I love you, but shut up. Because it was like it just felt. I just think the problem with the Democrats is that people feel that y'all come across as very condescending and very much your nose in the air. Very Sunny Hostin on The View. Where some people just be like, well, funny enough, my mother tells me she can't stand her because of the way she comes across sometimes. It's like, I love smart people, but when y'all be trying to act like y'all too smart for everybody and you're a little pompous, that gets a bit annoying. Oh, is he? I thought people liked him. But look, I ain't lived in California in 4 years, so I don't know what's going on over in the West Coast. And so I said, I really hope they get it together. They better, because if they don't, look, we got the midterm elections, and people seem to forget about that. The midterm elections is up in 2026, so Democrats, you have plenty of time to get y'all shit together, so that way you can recharge your party, because you definitely need it. Y'all got your ass beat bad. Like Rocky in the first movie. But he came back in the second, going up against Apollo Creed. And so this had to be an outsider because that's how Trump won. Brian Tyler Cohen is extremely brilliant and very direct and isn't afraid to say cuss words. Yeah, like me. I like cussing too. I just need y'all to get off my algorithms. I need y'all to get off my back with the cussing. But yeah, letting people be up there saying their stuff, be up there cussing. They said Democrats also need to stop relying on identity politics. Absolutely. And that's another thing too. And you can support the LGBTQIA plus community. You can support women. You can support Black folks. You can support the immigrants, but you also need to point out the flaws and the issues that we need to work on. And not make it all about, even though trans people are 2%, maybe less than that, but I'm guessing 2%. That's not the end all be all. That's not the main thing. Even though, here's the thing, even though the Republicans was out there saying that, oh, they're making trans issues their issue. We're going to keep men out of women's sports and all this other mess, which we all know was part of their thing, because I heard them say it many a times at the rally that I worked. The thing with Kamala is like, yeah, she didn't mention anything about trans issues, and not only that, LGBTQ issues. That was never brought up during the debate, during any of the conversations. And I saw many of, queer pundits bringing that up, that she was not mentioning it. Kevin Ortega Rojas was bringing it up on his on his channel, and so many others were bringing up, oh, they're not even talking about gay rights or whatever. They didn't even mention it during the debate that they had. Also, why didn't we have an open primary? Biden didn't have one, and Kamala didn't have one. And I think we need to have an open primary so that we can sit up here and say, who is the next generation of politicians, Democratic, that we should be looking forward to? Put them up there. Give us like a good 6, 7 people and let us decide who we like and then push them out there. Because I'm sure they're out there, and I'm sure they got fired up after this recent election. So whoever that next generation people are, we need to have an open primary, and we need to start seeing them out here. I'm over like leader Obama's. I'm tired of Clinton. I'm already tired of Kamala. Like I'm sad that that she didn't get her opportunity, but it's time for fresh meat. Because look, even though you got old ass Trump out there, you got JD Vance, who they're trying to prop up as the next generation representation of MAGA. So y'all need to figure it out. I gave y'all enough advice. Now you can either take it as you will or not. But yes, we definitely need an open primary. And that was the thing. We didn't have that this year. Y'all just decided for us who you thought should have been president. And then on top of that, Biden, you pissed a lot of people off because you said that you were going to be a transferable president, meaning that you were going to be one term and then you were going to pass the baton. It should have been, if you were going to have Kamala be the idea, then you could have had her up there, but you could have also had other people up there in the open primary to kind of go back and forth, debate, whatever. And like I said, have us decide. You didn't do that. So you lied because you was feeling myself because after you spanked Trump, not in a landslide like this term, but a little smack, like slightly won, then you was feeling your oats. And it's good to feel your oats for a second, but don't feel it to the point where you just basically caused the election. And so the writer was on the wall in the beginning. I just feel like that we just wanted to get him out so damn bad that we didn't see how bad it was. And I'm tired of these damn polls. Y'all need to burn them polls at the state because all them time the polls be wrong. And it be a bunch of BS that a lot of these mainstream media people like to feed the people to give them a sense of hope. And if we get our ass whooped, then what? Gay rights is not a top issue for most people. The economy was what? Absolutely, because gay issues, I can go out and suck on a ding-a-ling if I want to at any time. That wasn't a top issue. The top issue was the economy. People are still struggling. Even though, the economy has been at the best it's been for a long time. Wall Street is thriving. Food costs are down a bit, not entirely. People are still feeling it in their wallet. So we're starting to see the things change, and that's what they should have focused on. You should have focused on the economy. You also should have focused on the border. For you to say that you want a tighter border does not mean that you are anti-immigrant. You can still fight hard for immigration policies or whatever, but still be stern on the border. You didn't want to do that because I felt that, if we go against, the border as hard as Trump and them did, which of course what they said was just borderline fascist, or not even borderline, it was. That you really going after the immigrants. Somebody on day one, you going to send out a military to start rounding up people like we in the fucking Holocaust. Like, are you out of your mind? Well, don't even answer that because we know he is. But but for the most part, it's just like, you could afford harder with this. And now you see where we are. But we'll see how it all turns out once he gets in the office, if it's going to be as bad as he says he is. But I usually try to take people on their word. My governor is really protecting us, basically banning Trump administration from entering Arizona during the next 4 years as an executive order. That's what I said. It's time to start passing executive orders. We don't want him in New York either. Child, did y'all see the protests that we was having in New York the minute they found out Trump won? People out here in New York is not playing, even though, Mayor Adams ain't do a damn thing for us the time he been mayor. The people out in the streets was like, oh, hey, ho, ho, Trump has got to go. Even though he ain't going nowhere, but it's like, we don't. And we need some strong executive orders. But I think New York will be good for now. I just feel for the places that aren't. Like, I feel for the people in Texas and Florida, not for the ones that voted, but for those who didn't, who are going to suffer. And the many women who's going to suffer at the hands of this mass abortion mess that he greenlit. An open primary would have been so late in the election cycle and overwhelming. Republicans didn't theirs a year ago, and still none of them got chosen. That's what the point I was making about that. That's why Biden should have been a one-term president, as he said he was going to be. They would have had plenty of time to vet and get a Democratic primary. The fact of the matter was, he got greedy. He was feeling himself. Then he got to this point of, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna do another 4 years. Like, oh, wait a minute. Nobody agreed that we were gonna do an 8-year situation. Now the Democrats are in a conundrum, and now they don't know how to just be like, tell the old man, okay, you've been here. Like, when somebody stays at the party a little too long, and it's like, okay, the light's about to be turned on. We got to do the cleaning of the club. It's time for you to take your ass home. Nobody had the ability to tell him that. And then this is what we ended up with. So there should have been a primary. It should have been a primary done. What year we? 2023. That's when y'all should have did yours. But like they said, he had no intention of leaving, and that's what happened. And it was that they need to have an open primary because if Congress isn't safe, why should re-election be safe? And that's another thing too. When they talk about re-elections, I don't know who in their right mind told people that y'all automatically get a damn full 8-year situation. There's no guarantees in this. First of all, it's always been you get a 4-year term. And if you do well enough and the people like you, then you can be like, okay, I'm going up for re-election. But if the people out here saying that, okay, you haven't done a good enough job and you really haven't been out here fighting hard for us, especially when we put you in office, you have those 4 years to do what you got to do. Clean up the mess of the previous administration, but also put things in place where people know that you've been going hard for the working class, for women, for the homosexuals, for the trans people, for immigrants, and those of us who are actually working hard and paying taxes in this country. That you're trying to maybe stop with the whole we lowering costs on insulin. That we actually want to give Medicare for all, which has been the thing y'all have said many a times that y'all was going to give us, but never delivered. Once you got in office, that's another thing too. Like, you go to other countries, like I told you, my friend Jovan Aviance and his husband live in Spain. They have universal health care. Why can't we get that here? Why do people have to damn near die on a slab because they can't afford to take care of themselves, or like we working like slaves and we still don't have health care? So it doesn't make sense. You said Happy Ice Day. Latinos for Trump, say goodbye to your family. Well, you said they're gonna call out the people that voted for him and that voted for him and send their ass back. But no, Bernie Sanders, I agree with Robert said. It's like he's been screwed by the Democratic Party. They did him dirty because people wanted Bernie Sanders, but it was like, no, we want Hillary, but we don't want her. We want him because we like what he had to say in his policies. We ain't want her. But it was the fact that Obama won Then it was like, oh no, we want to. Then it was supposed to be Hillary, but they wanted Obama for another 4 years because people were loving him, and he was like this shiny beacon. He was this big superstar for the Democratic Party, and he was, because he did what needed to be done. But then Hillary thought it was going to be her time. I was like, oh no, we want him another 4 years. So then after that, then it's like, okay, well, we promised that we were going to put you up. Sorry, we had to have you sit on the sidelines while we had our star athlete playing a little longer than he should have been. Not saying that he shouldn't have did the 8 years. But then it's like they stabbed his ass in the back because they wanted to keep things going the way it was going. Democrats, no shade, but y'all don't like shade. Y'all don't like change. And this is why y'all being screwed consistently. So yeah, they did him dirty. They stabbed him in the back, and then they put her up there. And you see she lost because we ain't want her dull ass. I don't like Hillary Clinton. I liked her husband, but I don't like her. I never liked her fake behind. She just gives me fake and phony. That's why they like her ass over there at The View. And so I don't like this argument of, oh, we don't like women to be a president. I would love a female president. I just don't want her. And Kamala Harris, I was just like, okay, well, it's lesser than two evils. And I hate that attitude of that overall thought process. I saw Michael Rappaport said something recently that I think it was on the Neighborhood Talk, and somebody sent it to me. And I was like, chill, this is why y'all need to stop allowing, some of these crackers to be coming to the cookout, because not all y'all gonna get a damn invite. So he wound up saying something. Oh yeah, I found it. So he basically said America is ready for a female president, and said that Kamala and Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump because they weren't good enough, and saying that you can't say it's racism, you can't say it's sexism, it's them. Well, I do think that it's a multitude of things, but here we go with some white person trying to tell black people about sexism and racism. Well, a white man, because you're a man, number one, and you are not black, but just because black folks, y'all, a lot of times y'all like to invite everybody and anybody that got a little swag to the cookout, that y'all be thinking that they always write about stuff. But some of the stuff, especially with him being a Zionist, that turned me off from him. But I got the clip, and I'm gonna play that for y'all, and then we're gonna get into the rest of the show.
This is a reason that you're not going to want to hear. I personally believe that America is ready for a woman. I personally believe that America is ready for a woman of color, just not that woman and that woman of color. It was Hillary. It was Kamala. It wasn't because they were women and women of color. It was them. They just didn't do it. They just didn't do it. You can't say it's racism. You can't say it's sexism. It's them. It's them. You can't point one finger out when you got three pointing at you. You got to take some responsibility. It was them. They just weren't good enough. They just didn't say the right thing at the right time enough. That, along with all the other bullshit, is why they lost. You got to look in the mirror. You got to look in the mirror. At some point, you got to look in the mirror and take responsibility. She didn't run a perfect campaign. If it was so perfect, she wouldn't have lost. This is a reason that you're not going to want to hear. I personally believe.
So let me pause, because I was like, I'm sitting here charging my phone on with the magnetized charger, and I was like trying to hold it carefully. But it's not going to fall off. Okay, so, with the people in the comments, they said the following. So, wait, hold on. Okay. So it said, you can't say it's racism. You can't say it's sexism. A white man. That was one of the comments. Another one said, Kamala was one of the most qualified people to ever run for president. What do you mean she wasn't good enough? What? Another person said, white tea people can't tell me what's not racism. Exactly. Another person said, Hillary runs, loses. Joe runs, wins. Kamala runs, loses. But America isn't sexist. Another person said, this country showed the world that decency doesn't matter. Another person said, oh, Dr. Heavenly. I don't like that bitch. But anyway, she said, my dog Teddy is better than Trump. And they said, another person said, she served in all three branches of government. Who is more qualified than that? White people really still trying to play in our face Another person said Kamala is the most qualified, to be fair. However, Black women, please let these people argue whatever points they want to argue about an overqualified candidate. We're on a 4-year lunch break. Well, I don't know if I'm on a lunch break, but one of the things I will say is that this is not the time to sit on your hands and be lazy and just let these white people just do whatever they want to this country. If we do want a better world for ourselves and our children and all the other stuff, because remember, once we're gone, the younger generation inherits all of this mess. So if you want a better place to bring your kids, or for those of you out here who plan on getting pregnant and having children, if you want a better place for them, then y'all need to get out here and fight. So while it's cute or whatever to sit up here and say lunch break, that we're on a 4-year lunch break, we're gonna let these fools just do whatever the hell they want. That's what they want you to do. They want you to sit and just leave the country or not want to participate and let them do whatever the hell they want as long as it suits their agenda. I don't agree with that, because the best work, the best art, the best everything came out of when we were in these dire times. So let's not get comfortable. So another person said, what they also say? Oh, I don't give a damn what this white man or any white man has to say. Leave us alone. Another person said Hillary and Kamala both were overly qualified. Trump, a convicted felon, has no political experience at all. It shows America isn't ready to see a woman run this country. So I do feel like it was a mixture of things. I do feel like it was the fact that it was a woman. It was a woman of color. And goes to show that, you know what, white folks don't want a woman of color telling them what to do for a minute, let alone 4 years. But do I think there will be a woman that will, be do I think we will get a woman president? At this point, I hope so. Do I think it'll be in my lifetime? Who knows? Maybe when I'm 80, 90, or damn near 100, it'll happen. But I feel like, I don't know. I just hope I hope it happens. But I'm curious of y'all. Do y'all think we'll get it in our lifetime? We'll see. And said, and Bernie is older than Biden, even though he's smarter than him. Ooh. Yes, they did. They did Bernie wrong. He said Hillary was president when her husband was. You think she was up in there chirping in his damn ear, telling him what to say? Obama wasn't perfect. Neither was George Bush, Bill, or Reagan. He wants women to be perfect. Absolutely. But that's always the case. The fact that men can sit and screw up and make mistakes and all that other stuff, but a woman has to work 10 times harder, be 10 times faster, and always have to. It's like, what was the line? I forget who said it. I think it was D.L. Hughley said it, where he basically said men get to be lawless while women have to be flawless. And I totally agree with that. It's just the fact that women always have to be perfect, whereas guys can get away with whatever, and we're easily forgiven. Because, from birth, you're told that it's a man's world, even though women are starting to become the dominating factor in regards of gender and jobs and things of that nature. Onyx says I saw a TikTok where someone explained the first woman in politics wasn't always a Republican, besides from Kamala being VP. Okay, so wait, let me take that out, yeah. Well, yeah, so I knew it. It's like every time we talk politics, that definitely takes up half the show because it is a dominating thing. And I remember I said before that I was going to make this a big political show, whatever. But I feel like because of the current climate we're in, I do feel like it is a factor and something that we need to talk about. And those who have regular opinion, difference of opinion, as long as it's respectful, I'm gonna just leave the door open for people to have that discussion. So I don't feel like I should just get rid of the whole political thing, because I was like, oh, it should be a lighthearted, fun show, whatever. But we talk about everything over here. So I'm gonna continue to. So I feel like I shouldn't just put guardrails on certain situations and be like, oh yeah, well, I don't want to talk about politics, because I feel like too many people out here aren't talking about it. And I do feel like people need to be informed in a lot of ways when it comes to what's going on. And I'm glad to see that there's a lot of people that, especially you guys watching and those of you in the comments, that have been pretty much paying attention to a lot of what's going on. Okay, so let's talk about the diddler. So we have an update in regards to the whole situation. Remember before where they were talking about that he wanted to put a gag order on some of the victims, and they wanted to pull out, I guess, one of the people who was what's the word, that I guess was a Jane Doe or whatever, and he wants basically them to be revealed. Who is this person that's trying to file these charges? Well, it looks like the judge has basically denied his request to silence all his potential witnesses, which if I'm not mistaken, isn't this what they said that he was going to try to do if they let him out of prison? That he was going to try to find a way to silence these witnesses, and now he tried to pull this because he's not getting out of jail. So it kind of makes it seem like they weren't lying when they said what they said. So attorneys for the embattled rapper claimed last month that inflammatory extrajudicial statements from victims and their attorneys were hurting his chances for a fair trial, but Judge Aaron Submaranian ruled Friday. He must be Armenian because that's what that name does give Armenian tease. Ruled Friday on November 8th that such an extreme remedy would threaten free speech. Saying the court has an affirmative constitutional duty to ensure that Combs receives a fair trial, the judge wrote, but this essential requirement must be balanced with the protections the First Amendment affords to those claiming to be Combs' victims. The unprecedented relief that Combs seeks on this motion is unwarranted. This is what the judge added. Now, as you know, Combs is also known as Puffy, Puff Daddy, Diddy, Love, whatever other name, Mr. Bipolar disorder comes up with, because it seems like he got a multitude of personalities. That's why I always had to side-eye him whenever he came up with a new damn name. I'm like, Jeff, you don't just stick with the name that is your name. But that's why I always loved that Wendy Williams would always just call him, regardless of what name he came up with, it was Puffy. Which always sounded very much like a, how you doing name? But whatever. So they said that he was he was one of the most powerful men in the music industry, which is why I don't understand why people always say, well, why didn't people come forward sooner? All the argument, the weak, stupid kids play arguments that people would come up with whenever it came to Diddy. I was like, do y'all not realize how powerful Diddy was in hip hop, especially, and how influential, and how he was a gatekeeper in regards of, the radio, and how, radio getting his music, and how he, navigated through the music space, especially with the people he hobnobbed with. And maybe his ace in the hole was always, let me throw these little Diddy parties, so that way, if people tried to get rid of me in so many ways, I have some leverage on him, which was him recording a lot of those freak-offs that a lot of those executives probably went to. And with him having that power over those people, he was able to have some leverage in the industry. So you already know that, he's been charged with federal charges of racketeering and trafficking, and, running a criminal operation aimed at satisfying his needs for sexual gratification. And now they were saying that he's going to get life in prison if he's convicted and that sort of thing. And I do believe he will be staying in jail for the rest of his life. So he better get comfortable. And then I heard that he recently celebrated his birthday, which I guess was cute or whatever. Happy birthday to him. I know the family members put up a little video, and he has been speaking with his kids and stuff, on the phone and things of that nature. So last month, his lawyer asked Judge Submaranian to issue a sweeping gag order, claiming that lawyers behind the civil cases had made shockingly prejudicial and false allegations about him, saying Mr. Combs has a constitutional right to a fair trial, free from the influence of prejudicial statements in the press. Excuse me. This is what his attorney, Mark Agnifilio, wrote on the October 20th motion. These prospective witnesses and their lawyers have made numerous inflammatory extrajudicial statements aimed at assassinating Mr. Combs' character in the press. But on Friday's decision, the judge ruled that the order Combs was seeking was incredibly broad and would have sweeping First Amendment implications. Well, what y'all need to do is, if you're going to go back to the thing again and try to do a situation, you need to be specific in what it is you want to do. But I don't think he's going to be able to put a gag order on these people. If these people said that you abused them, why can't they be heard in court? Or you're thinking that, oh, well, it's going to influence these people to keep me in jail because it's going to be prejudicial. If the court said that you have a right to a fair trial, then that is what it is you're going to get. Now, my thing is, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of jury they're going to get that's going to be biased, unbiased, because everybody knows about this case. So unless you're living under a rock, I can't see that. Well, I do see that he'll be able to get a fair trial, but it's just like, how many people can you find people that's actually going to be willing to be fair and listen to the evidence and then convict if they need to? I think it is possible, but I do feel like it's going to be hard. Like, I still pity those. I still wonder about those people that, were on that trial with those federal crime charges, those federal trial charges, I should say, with Donald Trump. It was hard for them to find somebody, but eventually they did. So I feel like it'll be the same thing with the diddler. But they also said a gag order is an extreme remedy to be issued only as a last resort. What Combs seeks goes even further. So they said that separately on Friday, Combs' lawyers also renewed their request that he be released from jail on a $50 million bond while he awaits trial. That is not happening. It's lovely that y'all still trying to do that, but it's not going to happen. And then I heard that he was trying to sell his LA mansion, but nobody wants to touch it. Probably because you got to save that place. You got to call every kind of shaman to exorcise the demons from that mansion. Anybody trying to buy that? I wouldn't even buy that. I would buy Charles Manson house or, the compound that Jim Jones had all them people drink the Kool-Aid before, I go up in there and buy a Diddy mansion. So they also said the request has been denied since Combs was arrested, but a new filing cited that the fact that and I do agree with this to me is some BS. Why is it that the Abercrombie and Fitch CEO, Mike Jeffries, was allowed to be released on a $10 million bond, but Diddy can't be released on a $50 million bond? And this is in New York. So in a way, I do feel like as much as I can't stand Diddy, he got a point. It shows bias there. It shows racism, and if you want to really go there with it, because how you got this old white queen that get out on a $10 million bond after he did what he did allegedly to all them boys that were just trying to have a career as a model. He was out here sex trafficking, and all these people came out and said it in the interview. That was the documentary that they came out with over on ITV, I believe. But Diddy can't be let out. I don't think either one of them should have been left out. His ass should be in jail. He should be cellmates with the diddler. But how does he get out? And who did his case? So they said the government recently successfully requested pre-trial release for two similarly situated defendants, including a CEO accused of trafficking dozens of young men, including through witness intimidation. This is what Agnafilo wrote in the new motion. The conditions of release requested in Jeffries pale in comparison to the conditions proposed by Combs here. So now they're measuring, it wasn't that bad. They were sex trafficking boys. He was doing like little stuff. We didn't hear anything about, all these other extra things that they were throwing on top. So why are we doing measuring on whose level of craziness was even more apparent or abhorrent? My thing is, sex trafficking is sex trafficking. There is no difference between the two. If Diddy was doing that same thing that Mike Jeffries was doing, they both need to be in jail. I don't know why there's got to be a levels to this shit type situation when it comes to both cases. Like, to me, I am looking at it as like, you know what? Like I said, I can't stand Diddy, but I'm going to side with him on this. Mike Jeffrey ass should be in jail still. So there's that story. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on that, let me know in the comments down below. Now, I will get to the comments in a second because I see we got a couple, but in other Diddy news, we got some tea in regarding this whole situation about Justin Bieber, how there was an old video that surfaced apparently of where Diddy was patting Justin down because I guess maybe he was on them drugs. Or as Ike Turner says, and What's Love Got to Do with It, played by Lawrence Fishburne, he was on that narcotic. So he was probably on the narcotic or whatever the case was, and he was being all paranoid, as you know a lot of drug addicts are when it comes to situations or people who do criminal stuff. Patted Justin down, and this video resurfaced, and now the people are talking about it. So it says the interaction between the diddler and singer Justin Bieber from years, I almost called him Justin Combs. Justin Bieber from years ago was being called into question amid the former's latest legal troubles. Now, one-time Diddy party pal Justin Bieber is finding it hard to outrun his murky past association with the disgraced rapper, and it sure isn't helping that an old video clip, which is believed to date back to 2021, shows the rapper appearing to frisk the singer as they stood next to a black SUV. Now, Radar Online can reveal that Justin is seen shaking his head no to a question from a now jail performer who's 55 before the Bad Boy Records founder pats the younger chum's chest as if he's searching for something. So we do have the video. Child, Justin Bieber looked a mess in this video too. I don't know if somebody was flat ironing that hair, but yeah. Here's a clip courtesy of YouTube. No Label the Label had it. So please hold as we play the clip. internet is interneting right now. So now he patting him, as you can see there, and um he's patting him, and then he put his head to his head. So I know what it is that he is whispering in his ear if he's wearing a wire. So one viewer said paranoia. Another one said trying to play it safe, nothing more, commented another. Now, it's like, now why all of a sudden would you come to this conclusion when you with, Justin in regards to that? It's because some stuff had happened and you're now like, you know, worrying about the fact that he will put you on blast. So another person in the comments over on YouTube said he terrorized the boy and others. Please hold him accountable. Another person said, Diddy whispered to him, just remember the videos I've got. Oop, I shouldn't laugh at that, but sorry. So another one said, groomer and the abused. Another person went on to say, that's why JB has problems with drugs. Probably because, they got him caught up on that, especially when, as young as he is, them drugs is very impressionable. Another person said, we need an audio expert to cancel out the background noise and enhance the noise coming out of the diddler's mouth so we can hear what he has to say to Justin. Another one said, he says, listen closely, I own your ass. Well, that sounds like some old prison talk. Another person said he couldn't get in the truck fast enough, avoiding looking him in the face. Another person said he's so creepy and evil, his place is in jail for as long as possible. Agreed. So, yeah, there's that. And it was like, oh yeah, so they they didn't show him get in the truck, but they just showed that Diddy got into a golf cart. And then and then Justin went and got back in his truck and kept it moving. So they said all this is exploding in 30-year-old Bieber's face now that he's only 30. Why do I think he was older than that? I have to look that up because what, Radar Online, y'all have an issue with getting people age right. But I'm like, why do I feel like Justin Bieber is older than 30? I feel like he's 32. Or maybe it's just, all that hard living makes him look a little older. So Combs is, so they said that, that all this is coming back in his face ever since the whole situation with Diddy. But that's not the only thing. I just feel like, because of a lot of stuff with Diddy and now that people, the signs were always there in so many ways, we wasn't really paying attention. So now a lot of people are starting to bring up old stuff and look into the past. And yeah, Justin Bieber was the main factor. And then it's funny how like people looking at Justin Bieber but why is nobody looking at Usher? When Usher, remember at one point, as young as he was living with Diddy too. At 14 and talk about how he saw things. He mentioned it when he was on the Howard Stern show. That video resurfaced. And also, let's not forget that Justin Bieber was mentored by Usher. So could it be that Usher groomed him and kind of put him in this dangerous situation? And when you groomed, you've been so far down a rabbit hole and abused or whatever, you don't realize what's happening because it's happened to you. So you pass it down. And Justin being brought out and bushy tailed and trying to make it in this industry, he's easily impressionable, especially him growing up in a broken home with a single parent, not having the best relationship with his father. Allegedly, his mother was doing, drugs and things of that nature. So when you are coming from a single parent household, a broken home and all this other stuff, them predators, they smell that like a shark smell blood and water. So, and then of course, about the whole Cassie situation and things of that nature. And then they also said that, when Homeland Security raided his home in Miami and LA, homes, I should say, they carted away 1,000 bottles of lubricant and 3 AR-15 rifles and things of that nature. So maybe that's why they ain't going after the CEO of, Abercrombie and Fitch, because they feel that, yeah, maybe on that level with the AR-15s and the influence and the running drugs and, that wannabe goon behavior where Diddy think he the black Scarface, that maybe they felt that was at a higher, magnitude type situation versus what the guy from Abercrombie and Fitch was doing. He was just trafficking allegedly models. Diddy was doing a whole lot more. Which is why they feel like he's a menace to society. But it does reek of racism, as I said in the previous video. So, but then also remember when Justin Bieber went on, what was it? one of the talk shows, the late night talk shows. I think it was Jimmy Kimmel. And how he was talking about, like, you know what, when we hang out, well, Diddy said, when they hang out and whatever they doing, they can't disclose that. And then Jimmy was like, I hope you're being a good mentor to him. Little did we know, allegedly, that it might have been some crazy other things going on. So I was like, what do y'all think of this video? Do you think that Diddy was patting him down? I mean, it's funny, he was touching his chest, and maybe he was patting him down to see if he was wearing a wire or whatever, because maybe he was hearing some things, and it could be paranoia. Because, you know, all these years he was able to dot his I's across his T's. But I guess what he didn't realize, that the one person that took his ass down, he was sleeping with for 10 years. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now we have T. Like you said, Keke Palmer reveals a Scream Queens co-star told her, "Do it. Who do you think you are, Martin fucking Luther King Jr.? My money is on Emma Roberts. Probably. Who else would it be? I don't think it was Ariana Grande, although I wouldn't put it in past her. But yeah, Emma Roberts is very problematic. First of all, the bitch would have got cussed out. She would have said that to me. And you know, we Virgos, we got a mouth. So maybe she was taking a moment to process it, but you know, we always find a way to get our revenge eventually. Robert says Sunday the Girls Aloud show will premiere on ITV, a full show on their streaming version that was filmed in June in London. No shade, but Madonna was good with this. Okay, because I was just watching the MLVC podcast, and they were just celebrating the 40th anniversary of her album. What was it? The one that had oh my god, I totally forgot. So yeah, they were celebrating. I was watching that YouTube video before I came on. I don't know how I forgot what it was. I was like, what is all this in here? Oh yeah, I gotta close that Justin Bieber video. Like a Virgin. I don't know why I couldn't remember the name of that album. But it was like, yeah, they were celebrating the 40th anniversary of Like a Virgin, and stuff like that. But yeah, where is that DVD? But look, I already know somebody about to screen record it and put that up on YouTube. So you know Chris will definitely be watching the Girls Aloud show when it comes out, because you know I love Nadine and Cheryl and all of that. And you said, did you see where J-Lo was at? Jennifer was asked about Diddy and yeah. I talked about that on the show when it was like, I think it was in the last episode, we were talking about Elon Musk going after Jennifer and was talking about how, how's it that she trying to warn people about Donald Trump, but she didn't warn nobody about Diddy. And somebody tried to jump in my damn comments with some shade, and I had to cuss their ass out, because you know how I do. When they sit over here talking about, well, it wasn't. It was before that Trump won the election, and he went on Joe Rogan podcast. I'm like, if you actually watch what I actually said, I said it was on the Joe Rogan podcast. As far as like when he said it, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, come on now. Oh well, we need exact. It's funny how like when it's y'all who support or whatever, you Trump supporters, y'all want exact interpretation on shit, but y'all gonna spread your lies and your propaganda any other way. But when it come down to this, now you want to, if you gonna report something, report it right. Suck my ass. That's what you can do. Tell me, I need to report something, report it right. When you get your show, you can report it how you report it. I said what the fuck I said. And I stand on what I said. Just like when I had to read somebody earlier about Israel, you'll get your whole situation. So I said, on Gaza soil. And then you try to talk about if you know about a map and all this other stuff in Google. I said, child, and then I'm glad another one of my friends jumped in the comments and was like, of course you missed the whole point of why I said what I said. It's like, yeah, at the expense of thousands of Palestinians getting killed. You'll get your land, you'll get your situation. And then of course I had to cuss him out and call him a Zionist. But I saw that Faith Evans and Tamar slow. Knee slow. Braxton was liking Diddy's IG post by his son defending him. Well, Tamar's another one who's been abused, allegedly. Sleeping with Jermaine Dupree father back in the day. and, them abusive alleged relationship that she was in, because apparently JR, the white, Colonel Sanders, was abusing her, allegedly. The African was abusing her. And then you had the Pillsbury Doughboy that she was married to, Vincent Herbert, was allegedly abusing her. So when you come from a fucked up family where it's like your father was out here laying the low and spreading it wide every other coochie he could get his hands on, back when he was Mr. Pastor in Baltimore, what do you expect her to, do? Mrs. Steen gonna sit up there and like the foolishness that Diddy be, his even more radicalized or brainwashed kids is gonna be out here posting. And Faith Evans, don't even get me started with her. We want to know what you know. Where them bodies buried at? Her and Mary J. Blige, they've been real quiet. Although I will say this, she is coming to my job next year, and I will be looking forward to working that show. So I'm gonna tread a little lightly on Mary. But as far as like Faith, sis, what's good? Did her son come in as a homosexual? Because I remember they did bring that up. Who was it that brought that up? It was one of the bloggers. What's her name? I wanted to call her Sandra Oh. That she's from Grey's Anatomy. Because I remember she asked her that on the red carpet. But anyway, let's move on from the diddler and let's talk about Liam Payne. So they out here trying to start more conspiracy theories, talking about how, when law enforcement, out in Buenos Aires, had given Liam's father, Jeff, all of his son's belongings. The father said that there was a little piece missing in the belongings, and that was a gold Rolex watch that has sentimental value. And they said the watch is missing. And if you look at old videos and photos of Liam, he was always wearing that watch. So basically, what Radar Online is out here doing, because here they go with the goddamn conspiracy theories, and I don't believe it, but let's talk about it. They're trying to say it's possible that Liam may have been unalived, as in red rummed. And if y'all know, what? Oh my God, what is going on? But if y'all know a certain movie, The Shining, I don't know how I almost forgot the name of that damn movie. I've seen it like a million times. But if you know The Shining, then you already know what red rum is spelled backwards, or what it says is backwards and reverse. So, yeah, they were trying to say that he may have been red rum for it. And I'm like, what? So a police source said this is a very real line of investigation. A Rolex watch is a valuable piece of jewelry and worth far more than the many bags of drugs. The watch is key. Who has it and how did they come to get it? Was the person in the room with Liam, and did they make a grab for the watch? And was there a struggle during which he fell to his death? There are very serious questions that need answering. Well, the question remains was there people in the room with him when he fell? So they said one line of inquiry is whether Payne was supplied with a bad batch of drugs before his death. Well, these days, all the drugs is bad because y'all put all kinds of crap in it. Now, it was thought that British singer 31 was alone when he fell from his third-floor balcony at the Casa Sur Palermo Hotel on October 16th. But this is now being reviewed. Police discovered Payne dead in the courtyard after receiving a 911 call from hotel staff who reported concerns about an aggressive guest who appeared to be under the influence of alcohol and drugs. But also, shall we point out the fact that, but the autopsy and stuff came back and they basically, the toxicology report, I believe, they said that the drugs that was in the system was not the drugs that TMZ claimed was in the system. He didn't have the pink booger sugar. He didn't have all the other stuff in there. There was cocaine. There was prescription medication. There was alcohol. That's what they found up in there. Now, in regards of if an autopsy hasn't been done, wouldn't they be able to tell if there was foul play or whatever the case was? If there was some, what do you call them? Like a moment of struggle or resistant marks or whatever the case was, that somebody may have been trying to rob him of his watch. Wouldn't there be bruises on his arm for you to know that it was possible that someone did try to steal his watch off of him and then he went tumbling backwards? I feel like it's a reach. I feel like Radar Online, yet again, is looking to sensationalize the situation so that way they can get something out of this. So I don't think that there was any foul play in regards to this. So they said the investigation overseen by prosecutor Andres Esteban Madrea was involved in analyzing over 800 hours of CCTV footage from the hotel and surrounding areas, alongside interviews with hotel staff, family, friends, and medical professionals. Investigators also conducted a foreign extraction of Payne's mobile phone, examining his calls, messages, and app data as part of the inquiry. So they said he was reportedly seen wearing the luxury watch at least 2 or 3 hours before his fall, but it was missing when police arrived. So what if there was a situation where, if he was wearing it, could it be possible that when they were collecting his things and putting it into evidence, that somebody went in the evidence bag and stole the watch? We've heard situations where there are people that work in certain situations where y'all be robbing people. Like, for instance, when some people go to jail, right? Then when they get out, they said, wait a minute, I had like $1,200 on me in cash. I get my bag and everything back, the money's gone. So there have been possible situations that you got COs in jail that be robbing people, stealing people's belongings. If they can get another one. And there's no way you can even get the damn thing back because they be running around here bullying people and all this other stuff. So it could be possible that maybe somebody, an official, stole the watch. I don't think there was foul play in the situation. But they also said, according to La Nacion, the police suspect the watch could have been stolen, but didn't find it when they conducted raids in the homes of the 3 people being investigated, as well as in the homes of 2 female escorts who were allegedly with him in his room the afternoon he died. Those 2 women, La Nacion says, were the last 2 people to see the singer alive. So they probably don't have it. Either that or they pawned it. So it could be that too. So the hunt for the Rolex watch continues. Payne leaves behind assets worth over $70 million to his 7-year-old son, Bear. I had no idea he was worth that much money. I guess after everything, the One Direction is pretty rich. And on top of that, I've heard that Liam had a hand in writing a lot of the songs for One Direction. So the publishing is probably where a lot of that comes from. So yeah, that's what's going on with that story right now. There's an ongoing investigation. I guess we'll continue to keep you guys abreast of the story as it develops. So I ask all of you, what do you think of this story? Do you think there was some foul play? Do you think that somebody did steal, the watch, or whatever the case is? That maybe a official that collected the evidence probably stole it? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now Cleveland said they could have taken the Rolex after he fell when they went in and took pictures of the broken TV and drug paraphernalia. Could have left it on his dresser. I will say it could be anybody that had been in and out of that room at the time that could have stolen it. I don't think it could have been the hookers or any of his people in his inner circle who were there hanging out with him at the time, of the enablers, whoever you want to call it. It could be a government official, somebody who's working with the case. Like, you'd be surprised, like I said, with the whole thing, like COs stealing people money and jewelry and things of that nature. Like, it happens. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody behind the scenes saw that expensive watch and was like, oh, this is a celebrity with a Rolex on and all this other stuff. They won't miss it. And this will be good for me that I can, make some coins off of it. But anyway. All right, so let's move on. Let's talk about Miss Ariana Grande, because the Arianators are mad, I tell you. They pissed over the fact that their girl, when we talked about Beyonce getting her record, what was it, 12 nominations, and she surpassed Jay-Z. And the fact of the matter is, congratulations to all the girls. Chappell Roan got nominations, Charlie XCX got her nominations, so many other girls, Sabrina Carpenter. I was watching something earlier and they said something that made sense. They were like, they need to change that best new artist category to like a different type of category where it's just like most influential or no, not most influential, like best breakout star, whatever the case was. Because when you look at Chappell Roan and you look at Sabrina Carpenter, they've been around for a while. Yeah, you're just now hearing of Chappell Roan, but she's been on this journey for over a decade. Sabrina Carpenter has put out multiple records before she finally hit it big with her 6th album that came out earlier this year, a couple of months ago, I should say. And so it should be breakout star. Benson Boone, all these other people that's in that category. And Ray, went independent and had a huge amount of success over in the UK, which is why she won the Brit Awards. Cleaned up at the Brits, actually, last year. or was it this year? I can't remember. We get some of these damn award shows. I can't remember when they air. And especially with, when we had excuse me, sinuses bother me. When we had a year of with the pandemic, the strike, and all the other stuff, things kind of just blurred into one another. So it's hard to keep track of, okay, so is it the 2023 awards happening in 2024? Because I guess it's confusing. But anyway, so Ray had a great year too, but she's been around for a while as well. And they got her as Best New Artist. And it's sort of like, well, yeah, I do think that y'all need to change the category and not no Best New Artist. It needs to be Best Breakthrough Artist. Y'all need to change the categories and adapt them to the times. Because technically, these people are not new, but you got them in the new category. So, but of course, one of the girls who got, she did get a couple of Grammy nominations, I believe two, but her fans are pissed that she wasn't in any of the main categories, like Album of the Year, Song of the Year, that sort of thing. That Ariana kind of just like Best Pop Vocal. And then she has the song with The Boy Is Mine with Brandy and Monica. So it says that the singer released her seventh album, Eternal Sunshine, in March after a 3-year hiatus. The long-awaited album featured hits like Yes and We Can't Be Friends, Wait for Your Love. I think that song was nominated too. Despite the album breaking records and it broke records, where? And Grande being praised over her vulnerability, the Grammys didn't include the album on any of the songs in the main categories, such as Album of the Year, Record of the Year, and Song of the Year. The Eternal Sunshine album did earn a spot in the Best Pop Vocal Album category, while Yes and snagged a nomination in the Best Dance Pop Recording category, which I thought that song was so mid and so mediocre, especially for a Max Martin production. We've heard better coming from him. And this is the best that you can produce. Now, I will say this, the Yes and video, I did live for it because it does give me Paula Abdul, Cold Hearted Snake tease. But in regards of the song, it's all right. Compared to somebody who's a househead and I listen to dance music, that was just mid for me. Now, Grande, who's 31, received one final nomination in the Best Pop Duo Group Performance for her remix song, The Boy Is Mine with Brandy and Monica. Now, shortly after the nominations were released on Friday, Grande's fans took to social media to share their outrage for both Eternal Sunshine and We Can't Be Friends, Wait for Your Love getting snubbed. Ariana Grande, one of the few artists to almost entirely write, produce, and sing for her life on a personal, astonishing constructed concept album, was once again snubbed, one person wrote on Twitter. Another person said, Eternal Sunshine is one of the most critically acclaimed albums of the year and the only this year to have multiple #1 singles and still didn't get an Album of the Year nomination, or saying that the Grammys remain rigged. This is what another person said. Another one said, Ariana Grande not getting nominated for the main categories is a joke. Eternal Sunshine and We Can't Be Friends were snubbed. #Grammys, someone wrote also on the Twitter. Another person said, we already witnessing Ariana Grande being snubbed again. What do you mean We Can't Be Friends is not nominated for Best Pop Solo Performance and Video of the Year? Embarrassing as always. Another person wound up saying, what do you mean Ariana Grande wasn't nominated for an album, song, and record of the year? Just one effing nomination? Well, it wasn't one, it was 3. We did just point those out. But I guess you're mad because they're not in the main categories. So they said justice for her and Eternal Sunshine. No wonder she wants to focus on acting. She was robbed. And not only that, but she did recently say that she's going to take a back seat to music and that she's planning on getting more into musical theater. And I think it's because she got the acting bug from doing Wicked. So, and I think after all the years of a lot of music that she's put out, and with this one being in so many ways her most personal to date, and yeah, the hardcore Arianators like it, but I think for the most part, a lot of people didn't really care for the record. Then it's good that she wants to take a break and exercise her other avenues of her creative process or creativeness of her career. Whereas like she wants to do musical theater. Why not? Go do Broadway. I've been saying for the longest, Lady Gaga didn't take her ass over there on, to Manhattan and do some Broadway. She definitely got that thing that she could do Broadway. I would like to see her when Nicole Scherzinger stepped down, if she jumped in and do Sunset Boulevard, she comes in and does Norma Desmond or whatever the case was. I think it would be good for her to kind of get out there and do theater. Why not? And I would like to see Ariana Grande do theater. I think she has the ability to do that. She's talented. And doesn't her brother Frankie, doesn't he also have a musical theater background? So I could definitely see her jumping into that. And why not do other avenues where you can express your abilities as a vocalist and not just do pop music or touring? That gets tedious after a while. So if you have the ability, definitely get up there and do theater. I would definitely go and see Ariana Grande in theater. But in regards to Eternal Sunshine, I do feel like that there's a lot of factors. It's very complicated as why she didn't get chosen for the main categories. There was just too many categories that I feel like, you know, I just feel like there were just a lot of people that, you know, things were going against her in regards to that category, in regards to like who the nominations were. Like when you look at, so it was like, hold on, let me pull up the album, the thing. And child, I did hear about the Wicked movie Dolls mistakenly lists a porn site. I did hear about that, but I didn't think it was interesting. I just didn't care enough to want to talk about that. But yeah, but she had a lot going against her. Like you have Taylor Swift, Chappell Roan, Billie Eilish, Sabrina Carpenter, Charlie XCX, and Beyonce. All those women really put out a lot of music, and they worked their ass off with this era of music. Ariana Grande, I don't feel like she really did that because she put a lot of energy. She's put a lot. Well, I should say she's putting and has put a lot of energy um behind. Oh, I just saw this Carol G story. I'm like, let me open that up and do that. Say that for tomorrow, child. But let me concentrate because, the easy distraction sometimes when you try to talk about one story and then something else catches your eye. But it's like when you have Taylor Swift, who, the Eras Tour, that's just, she put so much behind that. She worked her ass off with that thing. The Chaperone, even though there's been situations she's been irritating with me with, and we're going to talk about her latest thorn in my behind later on in the show. But, she's had a great year with this album that she has, although she did say she don't want to win a Grammy. But she's nominated. You've been real quiet since you got the nomination, sis. So where was that energy when you said you didn't want to win no Grammy? Then you had Billie Eilish, who I have to say her recent tour was everything. I loved working that tour. It was a great tour. And I underestimated her because I listened to Billie Eilish's music, but I kind of brushed her off. And then I see how she, the production, the stage presence, what she does creatively. I was like, okay, I'm going to bow down to her. And she's just wise beyond her years. So I got to give Billie her props. Sabrina Carpenter, I didn't care for the album, but y'all, she put it out there. Y'all was eating it up. And it is what it is. We can't deny Brat Summer and all the stuff that was going on behind the scenes with the creativity behind that. And we're going to get into that story about her and Jelly Roll after this. But then so there's that. But then, of course, we can't deny Cowboy Carter. While Cowboy Carter, I don't think was like this big phenomenon of a record, it did spark a lot of controversy and conversation. I feel like Ariana Grande's album kind of flew under the radar. So while her fans are living for the phenomenon behind it and see, whatever it is that they see in this record, I don't feel like it resonated with a lot of people, and I don't feel like it translated. Because like when you look at record of the year, it's complicated with the whole thing because I know they mad about the whole why is the Beatles even being nominated when they're dead? Or not dead, but they haven't been together. Majority of the band is dead. Who's the only one that's left? Paul McCartney? So then, you have the Beatles was nominated for Record of the Year. You have Texas Hold'em by Beyonce, Espresso by Sabrina Carpenter, 360 by Charlie XCX, Bird of a Feather by Billie Eilish, Not Like Us by Kendrick Lamar, Good Luck Babe by Chappell Roan, and Fortnite by Taylor Swift featuring Post Malone. And it's going to be hard to try to decide who we should pick through all of that. Where does Ariana Grande fit in that conversation regarding of that? Now let's go to the next one, which is Album of the Year. So you have New Blue Sun by Andre 3000, Cowboy Carter by Beyonce, Short and Sweet by Sabrina Carpenter, Brat by Charlie XCX, Jabez Collier. I have no idea who that is, but we always wind up getting somebody that we ain't never heard of that ends up being in the thing. I guess they want to fill their quota and he won't get the win. But in regards to AOTY, then you have Billie Eilish, Chappell Roan, and Taylor Swift. Now Taylor Swift says you got enough damn AOTYs. You don't need another one. And we understand that it's a popular record and it was a successful tour, but was it good enough to win an award? I do feel like the Torture Poets Department was for the fans. That is a fan record. She did what she did. It wasn't about, greasing the pipes for the industry. It wasn't one of those type of records. Oh, I'm pandering to the industry. Give me Grammys and that was that was a record for the fans, and she got a lot of them because the album done sold 6 million copies plus. So if I had a choice, I like Beyonce's Cowboy Carter. However, I will say this: I don't think she's going to win it. I do feel like it's going to be because, maybe it'll be the rock album. Maybe that's what she'll get it. I don't think it has to do with the Jay-Z thing. I just think that she spends too much time trying to educate people on the history of country music or whatever, that it's missing a bit of that extra oomph that got me to get on board. I love the idea of her giving a space to be like, yeah, I want to remind people that where the roots of country music is coming from, but it's too much. It spends too much on the educational part that is not enjoyable. There are moments in there where I'm enjoying some songs, like Sweet Honey Buckin', bitch. No, I did my life with that damn song. And there's a couple of songs up in there. Vocally, she's on point. Singing like her life depended on it. She's singing like the rent is due on that album. So I'll give Beyonce that, especially when y'all always try to come for her with her screaming and all that other mess. Who screamed? Who? I was like, who out screams who? Is it her or Screaming for Hudson? I think Screaming for Hudson still be out here screaming, but at least Beyonce brought it back. Like she really got back to, okay, I'm gonna give y'all vocals, I'm gonna give y'all like lyrics, I'm gonna give y'all deep whatever. I'm gonna get really in depth with the stuff. But I do not feel like, I said, while I aim for effort, I do not feel like this is her best body of work. I am looking forward to hearing that third album, which is, they said it's supposed to teeter on rock. Maybe then she should get the AOTY. But then I don't see her getting it. And for those getting all mad about Ariana Grande, I just don't feel like that album had enough in regards to that. So it was like, because I particularly didn't care for the record. And then, when she wasn't busy blackfishing, I have to say I do prefer, Positions, Dangerous Woman, and Sweetener. That's more up my alley. Now, lyrically and vocally, I do feel that Eternal was her best body of work. Now, collectively, as an album, I found it boring. And was a one and done listen. And also, let's not ignore the elephant in the room. Quiet as it's kept, she barely promoted the record. And was putting more of her energy into Wicked. So, y'all want to call it snub, but I feel like the odds were stacked against her. Like she was going up against Chappell, Roan, Sabrina Carpenter, Beyonce, Charlie XCX, Billie Eilish, Kendrick Lamar. They had better body of work. No shade. It just sometimes the odds are stacked against you. But look, at least you get to brag about you got best pop vocal nomination. You got the Boys Mind remix that's been nominated and all this stuff. But you want to know something? If anything, I want to recommend a video where I don't know if y'all seen the latest episode of Kayla Says, but she did a recent video that breaks it all down in regards of the complexities of the Grammys. And y'all have to realize also, the Grammys is not a popularity contest. Okay, so maybe some popular songs will get in through the door, but they are like the Oscars of music, which is like, y'all be up against about why Deadpool and Wolverine didn't get a Best Picture, because it's not a Best Picture worthy nomination. The fact of the matter is that's not how the Academy works. It's a peer-driven type of situation. So they're going to go for the more artistic situation. If y'all want popularity, go over to the People's Choice, go over to the Nickelodeon, go over to the VMAs, go over to all of that. That's what that's for. But that's not the Grammys. Now, there will be some popular albums that'll get in the door and get the nomination and possibly win. But the Grammys ain't never been about that. Now, am I saying are they perfect in regards of how they go about things? No, they don't. There's a lot of times they don't get shit right, especially when it comes to hip hop and R&B. And then for those of y'all who keep talking about Chris Brown was canceled, where? Because he was nominated for in the same category with Usher. So that's all I got to say on that. So I feel this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do y'all think that Ariana Grande was snubbed? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Now, speaking of comments, let's get to some of them. Cleveland says, I only like 2 songs on the album. The rest was safe, mediocre, so I could see why she got just 3. Absolutely. It wasn't her best body of work. Like, yeah, vocally, she was definitely putting it down. She was definitely taking more risks. I do feel like production wise it was good too, but I mean, and well, I should say lyrically, but as a whole, as an album, that wasn't her best body of work. So maybe it is she needs to kind of take a break and go into other avenues. We have enough music from her in the meantime. She has a good voice, but she's not a very exciting pop star, and she seems kind of snobby, kind of like Nicole Scherzinger. It's like, you got a great singer voice, but you're not that interesting as a pop act compared to the girls that we mentioned, like Taylor and Beyonce and Chappell and Charlie and Billie. Her album was one and done. Exactly, that's what look. We here because I said the same thing. It was a one and done for me. I think Chappell Roan fire. I'm screaming. Don't tell me that she was mad because she was like, I told you I didn't want to be nominated. Y'all went behind my back and nominated me anyway. Now I got these Grammy nominations. Now I got to show up to the Grammys. I'm gonna be called a hypocrite because you always talk about that you against this and this and this, but you always want to show up to these events. Not only to get your Grammys, but to perform too. And so now you mad, and now I'm firing everybody. But we'll get into that story when it comes up. He said, no snore shine. So people are thinking it's Billie Eilish. The album was written by and produced by just her and Phineas. That's, well, you know what? Her brother is her secret weapon. That's why I said, like, when I worked her show and she brought out Phineas, you don't realize how, like, that was like the huge applause that she got because everybody just understands and knows. And yeah, her and Phineas, you don't need a whole bunch of people to. Damn, what was that post that I had where they had like all the people that worked on people's albums, and they had Beyonce had 57 different people because it's like, you know, she be out here using samples and stuff, so you know you got to give credit to all those people. You said we had the conversation that the less writers, producers, and stuff, that's what they want. Yeah, that is true. It's like especially when it comes to nominations and stuff, they want less producers and writers and things. They don't want 50 people all over things. So they said Ringo Starr. Oh, okay. I was wondering. I was thinking it was Ringo Starr was a lie, but I wasn't. I want to say, you know, whether or not because I wasn't sure. But I'm glad. But thank you for clarifying. So we got Paul and Ringo. So Brad is out. Cowboy Carter's out. It's between Taylor Swift and Billie Eilish. Well, Beyonce need to stop trying to work with 50 damn people. And you said Crazy Sexy Cool 30th anniversary out this Friday. Damn, I feel old. I cannot believe that it's been 30 years ago that the album came out. It's at the same release date as the original 16-track CD set was issued on Tuesday, November 15, 1994. When you have over 50 writers for an album, it's like, where is she in the record? It's not like coming across as sincere. You know, you mean when she comes in and does, okay, I'm going to just change and the and put it up in there and get a writer's credit, allegedly. Because, you know, people always be talking about Beyonce, they'll be writing her stuff, but she be wanting a writer's credit. Now, if the remix wins, it will be Brandy and Monica's second Grammy Award. You want to know something? For the same song, right? And you want to know something? I was just hearing some tea, and I need to find out if it's true. They said that Katy Perry is about to release a remix version of 143. No, your screen is not frozen. I'm shocked it is with that when I heard that. I'm like, child, we could barely get through the first version. Why would you want to put out a remix? You ain't Charlie XCX or any of these other artists. People say that she just need to let this era go. What is eternal? Oh, eternal snore shine. I was like, what the hell does that mean? But anyway, now let's go from Ariana to Rihanna and talk about the fact that she's sparking retirement rumors. And I'm like, child, where y'all been? Because I always felt like she been gaslighting y'all just to keep y'all off her behind. Well, since you're going to have to tell the truth eventually, let your fans cuss you out, be disappointed, and then you can move on. So Rihanna fans have been waiting for new music, as you know, for quite some time, 8 years to be exact, when she put out her 8th album. And rightfully so, considering the artist herself has been teasing her next album, R9, for the past few years. However, the 36-year-old superstar has had her hands full with running her Fenty beauty empire, being a mom to 2 sons, and more. Last night, on November 7th, today is the 11th, by the way, she spoke out when her heart where her heart is currently and sparks speculation that she might be done making music for good. Well, look, let's take Gander over to TikTok because I do have that video. And so we could talk about it and hear what she had to say. Please hold.
But when you bring it home, I cannot express to you guys what this day means for me. To be able to celebrate with the people that deserve it the most. The community that has always propelled me to the next place and given me the strength and the grace and you guys have always inspired me. Everything about my brand, Fenty Beauty and Fenty Skin, have been inspired by you, this country, my people, my family, my friends, my ops. I love all of you guys. You hear me? Coming home is always a pleasure. Coming home for something that this is monumental, is something that I can't even put into words. And maybe I put it into too many words and I should stop talking now. But I just want to say thank you. Thank you to my country.
Okay, so I don't think that was a clip of where she said what she said. But she said, obviously, music was the thing that got the attention, but God has other plans for me. This is what she had said during her speech in Barbados, which is where she's from. She then reminded people that her business ventures are all rooted in things she genuinely wanted to pursue, adding that, and I was able to create in ways that were sincere and genuine and organic and authentic to the things that I love. So it doesn't even feel like a job. But when you bring it home, and that was one, of course, when she went into the other, in the other clip. So there was another video that I was going to play, but it has music in it. So we're not going to play that because I'm not trying to get demonetized. So a lot of people were speculating that they're saying that she's not going to release new music. And you want to know something? I've been kind of suspected that for the longest because I feel like she's put so much into the Fenty Beauty. A lot of people hate, from what I'm hearing, Fenty Beauty because this has been the thing that has overtaken her career-wise. And my thing is, you know what? She's given us 8 albums. She's been, a decade of music. She's done what needs to be done. Now, if she wants to just put out a little song here and there, because she said she was going to give us dance hall, she was going to give us some reggae. Like, I definitely want to hear that from her, where she could just mix all these different genres and give us a proper record. I hope that one day she decides to give it to us. But I just feel like at this point, stop gaslighting your fans and really just come out and let people know if you're going to release new music or not. And stop saying, oh, yeah, it's coming. We're working on little things. We're still trying to tweak a little this. And child, it feel like, this feel like the audio equivalent of the Blade movie. Like, when we getting that? We've been waiting like damn near 6 years for that. And now we've been waiting 8 years for you to put out music. And you keep going back and forth to kind of tease your fans and get them all excited, I guess, to keep them at bay. But at some point, people going to wake up and unplug from the Matrix and realize that she full of shit and she playing with y'all. Now it's going to get to a point where I'm going to believe it when I see it. And I like Miss Riri. But if music is not your number one priority, then let people know that. Then it's like, so then you just stop making music. And that's perfectly fine. Not everybody wants to just be making music until they Madonna's age or Cher's age or even Tony Bennett's age, who was making music well into his 90s until he died from Alzheimer's. So not everybody wants to be out here doing music for the rest of their life. If there's other venues that go in and make you happy, and if the cosmetic industry and the beauty brand industry, especially a woman of color, is something that you wanted to infiltrate and get into, and it's grossed her and made her a billionaire. Especially when you're working in a genre that works to keep people broke, that will be the music industry. It's like, why even want to get into the thing where I had to put up with a whole lot of BS just to be able to do the things that I love doing now, which is the beauty brand, the clothes, the fashions, and all that other stuff. So maybe one day we will get the music, but Miss Riri, I'm not buying it. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do y'all think that we are going to get music from Rihanna? It's just that, all these other things, I get it that you're a mom and you're raising your kids. So I totally get all of that. But at some point, just be upfront and honest with the fans and let them know where your head is at regarding are you in a space of wanting to be creative and make music? I love the fact that you're finally able to bring your beauty brand to your home country, and that way those people, the Bajans can go and buy your stuff. So I'm happy with you on that, but let people know whether or not you want to make the music. Otherwise, then you can just do your little one-off performances at Glastonbury or Coachella or one of them type of places. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so now Onyx says it was the 25th anniversary of Fiona Apple's When the Porn. Child, can you believe? I remember back in the day when I bought that album, I was like, sis, are you really serious with this long ass title? I was like, okay. And it's at 143 Remix album. Why that album bombed in its second. Okay. And then you said, I don't expect. That's what I said. I don't expect Rihanna to come out. Damn, there was a video I was supposed to watch about Cardi B. I haven't gotten around to watching it yet. Where it was talking about what was it? Because I think it's in my my YouTube history in regards of the Cardi B type situation. But I don't want to be sitting up in here all day trying to find with that. Oh, it said Cardi B's career will fail miserably, her current biggest problem. And that was from Don Angelo. I was like, ooh, I gotta watch that video. I already got that saved in my queue. I was like, I want to hear what he gotta say. And then I'm gonna just be like, okay, is he right or no? What he said. But anyway. Okay, so let's get into this Jelly Roll story because he's spilling tea about Miss Charlie XCX. He ain't mentioned no names, but the sleuth was sleuthing, and he basically put the tea out there. So when Charlie XCX released her album Brat earlier this year, she landed a new career peak. She's getting critical raves and filling arenas. Well, they did say that, for them 20-something odd days, she only grossed about $29 million on that Sweat tour, which is not, in my opinion, if we're doing the math, I don't think that's great, especially when you're selling out arenas. But let's go along with it. They said that she's filling arenas and racking up Grammy nominations, but she's not necessarily one of the most popular pop stars on the scene right now. Now, Brat did debut at #1 in the UK, but it didn't get past #3 on the US charts. Last month, Charlie released her remix album, Brat, and it's completely different, but it's also still Brat. Once again, that record was in the conversation to reach #1, but yet again, it didn't happen. Instead, the Brat remix album, like Brat before it, debuted at #3, so she keeps coming in third. Now, the artist who did reach #1 has called Rita Morris. Yeah, that was in my Melissa Edwards voice. On the powers that be, pulling the strings behind Charlie's chart numbers. So Jelly Roll recently appeared on the Pat McAfee. How do you say his name? Pat McAfee. I was like, damn, why couldn't I say his name? I was going to say McAfee. McAfee girl. McAfee. But anyway, it said the Pat McAfee show, which is, and Jelly Roll, who is from Nashville, discussed how his latest album, Beautifully Broken, reached #1. He revealed that another artist who he chose not to name was releasing an album around the same time, but was not even expected to be close to the sales needed to claim the top spot on the charts. Now, I do have that clip, courtesy of the Twitter. So we're going to go over there. We're going to play this clip. And then, somebody said, good for Melania in the comments. I'm cackling. I want to read that, but let's focus on this. Please.
Let's talk about the sliminess of the music industry. Yeah, you're not a Satan worshiper, which is good news.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm glad I got to clear that up.
But we will say, I was thrown into this last week because I dressed up as a panda because he doesn't think pandas are real.
Yeah.
I know. I got thrown right into this conversation. We agree that these people exist out there. We're like, completely understand that they exist. Just like do some research, I think, until you start just throwing shit at people. Because I felt a certain way about it. I'm like, man, you guys, you have no idea. You're saying some very, very serious things about me right now that I don't appreciate. You felt the same way. What was the slimy music stuff that you heard?
I'll get there too. Let me talk on this too. Is that I'm asking for a little grace from everybody to realize that I know that we know my story now, but it's still a big transition for me. Like I've spent most of my life in a place where if you spit in the sink, you would get stabbed. You know what I mean? So you go from that to a world where people accuse you of being a Satan worshiper on Twitter for no reason. You're just like, yo, I'm from a whole different space. Like if this happened at a gas station, you'd sue me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It would end in a lawsuit.
Smaller, it's not a lot of people. It is tiny. Everybody is Jelly Roll fans. There is always going to be those people. You know that you're a public star now. That is just how it's going to go. And I think we're all learning together through this all, which is another reason why I think we have so much respect for you. But you end up with the #1 album.
I did. And I won't say the artist name because I know that a lot of artists are disconnected from what's happening in the business. Because I became as an independent artist, like y'all became as an independent media show, we're a little more hands-on with what's happening behind the scenes. So I'm kind of keeping up with stuff. And my manager just sits me down and he goes, look, man, I didn't want you to ever get in a situation where you was aware of what happens when you start getting in these conversations for #1 albums, because it's just real dirty business. Like just old school, like dirty business. And there was an artist that looked like Hits Double Daily projected they wasn't even going to be within 50, 60,000 albums of me and Rod Wave. And then Thursday night before the Friday count ends, 40,000 albums. Third party aggregated site that fast.
Oh, okay.
And you're looking and you're just like, yo, that's
slimy.
Slimy.
Yeah.
I used a great term, right? I'm like, that's slimy. Now, Luminate, who is in charge of counting record sales, rejected these sales, which is how I ended up with the #1 album.
Got it. Okay,
so that's the truth. And here's the real truth while we're doing Inside Baseball. As far as I'm concerned, I want to congratulate Rod Wave on having the #1 album because he was streamed more than me and the other two artists almost combined in consumption that first week. But we sold more records because we still got a traditional fan base that'll go to Walmart, Target. You know what I mean? But that was, I seen so much in it that it just made me look at it different. Like,
bummed you out.
It bummed me out a little bit. And it's cool. You know, Joe Rogan was the one who was giving me the heads up about it because I was talking to him about it on his show right before the album went out. He said, Jelly, don't stare at the sun, man. Fuck that #1. You're Jelly Roll. Don't even count on that. Like, fuck that #1. And then I seen the slimy shit happen and I hit Jaws like, you're right, dog. I'm never staring.
I can't care about it. I do care about it. But having a #1 album is obviously big for your legacy. It's just like in football, like the media will vote on all pro. And sometimes these people have no idea what they're talking about. And people say, well, don't care about it. Don't care about it. It's like, well, when you go into the Hall of Fame, they're going to mention that. Whenever they're talking about Jelly Roll's career, they're going to say how many #1 albums you have, how everything it is.
Yeah, so we could stop it there. But that's how and this is why I've always said what I said. Like, don't worry about the #1s. Don't worry about the awards. It's all a bunch of BS. It's all a bunch of smoke and mirrors. Like, if people are gonna congratulate you and you're gonna win things on your own merit, and that's why I'm here for it. And that's why I was like, I'm not familiar with a lot of Jelly Roll's music, but I did work his show when he came to the Garden. And that was who I was mentioning when I was talking about Teddy Swims in the Grammy nominations. But for some reason, I could not remember Jelly Roll's damn name. But now I was like, of course, because I'm doing this article now, we could talk about it. And I was like, nice guy, put on an amazing performance. The people seem so like dedicated to what he was all about, and he's just a positive human being. And just being in that room with a lot of those people, and they were just singing along with his music, it just felt like it was just real, genuine, authentic, straight with no chaser. We ain't here for the BS. Like, you were really getting the true isms of a real artist. There was no greasing, people's palms. It was no stunts and shows. It wasn't all of that. Now, for Charlie XCX, girl, you got me side-eyeing you. I don't know if it's necessarily you or if it's the people that work at the label. Because remember, at one point, you was going to go independent because you was frustrated over the way that the mainstream media and not the mainstream media, but your label, the mainstream record labels, was treating you and not allowing you to be creative, and you wanted them to leave you alone and all this other stuff. And maybe at one point they did, and they finally understood that we ain't good, we trying to get what we need out of this girl, and she's not going to comply. But she's influential. She's selling records, so we'll finally leave her alone, especially after she played the game and gave us what we wanted with Crash. So now it's like you finally get the success. You were all hyped up, Brat Summer, all the other stuff, and you came up with the 2 records. And you become popular because now all the Johnny come latelys and the Jane come latelys and the they them come latelys all jumped on the bandwagon at the last damn second. But I've been listening to this girl since Pop 2. But, all the other ones, y'all just want to jump on the bandwagon because of the whole Brat era and this is something to jump on. And kudos to you if you actually are here for it. And I want y'all to be here for when she come out with the next thing that y'all don't want to, if it's not bandwagon-esque. So I'm looking forward to seeing if y'all stick around. But in regards to this, I don't like the stunts and shows that they pull behind the scenes. Like, yeah, we've been working hard, and I'm an independent artist, and we want to show people like, yeah, you don't need these record labels to make something get sold. I got to get down in the dirt. You got to be able to put in the work. You got to do things old school, and you'll be able to get what you need out of this. And I love the fact that, you know what, Jelly Roll kept his stage simple. He had 2 stages. He had one, you know, there was a small little stage because he walks out in the audience and he gets up on the stage. There's a smaller stage, which at one point it catches on fire, and at the end of the show, there's water that comes down and he gets wet. But then we have the main stage where he got up there. He had the band. He had, you know, his singers and those other people, you know, all the other stuff up there. And then he brought out Post Malone. He brought out Busta Rhymes and Swift Star. Like, he brought out a bunch of other people when he was in New York. So he definitely gives a compelling show. And I love the fact that he mixes the country and the hip hop and all that other stuff. So I love the fact that he's independent, and he goes to show that, you know what, we're going to put all that work into this situation, and I'm going to make something of myself, and I don't need the labels, because the labels are trying to turn me into something I don't want to be, and I just got to be true to myself at the end of the day, and I'm going to show I don't need you. And he didn't, because he was selling out all of his arena shows. The Beautifully Broken album before, you know, because he performed at the Garden before the album came out, so he had a thing set up where it's like you can scan the QR code and you can order the album. And those people that go to a Jelly Roll show, they're all about the physical media. They're not flashing the pants up. They are a loyal fan base. It's not something of, oh, I need 8 million damn streams so I can make a damn penny off of a record that I spent thousands of dollars working on. So, you know, as much as I like Charlie XCX and stuff, I do feel like that it does feel the way that the industry plays these little shady behind games just so that way they can get a #1 record. And then, you know, the people that count the numbers or whatever, they see the tomfoolery, they see the shenanigans, they see the little stunts and shows. It's like, Charlie's famous in her own right, but for y'all trying to pull these little stunts just so that way this little pretty girl could, you know, could bypass this tattooed, former incarcerated, overweight white man, to me it's just corny. So I like you, Charlie, but the greasing of the palms and the shadiness and the shenanigans that's going on with your, you know, with your label and stuff, messy. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? I definitely love to hear from you. Like I said, I didn't know much about. I mean, I heard of him and I heard a couple of his songs, but I was definitely impressed when I seen him perform when he came to the Garden and did his show. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. He said, "Child, not the exposed swollen cankle." I hate you. Have you seen Charlie's audience? I know the toys smell crazy. There was a lot of young people up in there. So yeah. You mean a lot of y'all that lack deodorant? Okay, so where we going now? Okay, so let's get into this Chappell Roan story, because apparently she parted ways with her management team. So, and then I saw that she got mad because Billboard reported on it. And I'm like, what are you getting mad at them for? I was like, wait, who sent me that story? Because let me see if I can pull that up real quick. The comment in regards to who she said. I think it was Cleveland. Wasn't you that sent it to me? It might have been. Oh yeah, it wasn't. It was you. I knew somebody sent it. I was like, yeah, you sent it. But hold on, I was like, let me screenshot it real quick. Well, you know, thank God for these iPhones. They make stuff so easy for me to be able to pull up. But anyway, so we'll get to that in a second. But let me just give you all the lowdown. So it said the Good Luck Babe singer, who's 26, is split with her management team of 6 years, according to Billboard. Roan has parted ways with the state-of-the-art management and her manager, Nick Robetsky. I think that's how you say his name, Robetsky. She signed with the company in 2018, and Robetsky was a big fan of Chappell, whose real name is Kaylee Rose Amstutz, from the very start. Her immense talent was clear immediately, but Bobetsky, I should say, previously told Billboard about Chappell, who has been nominated for Best New Artist and Song of the Year, among other nominations. Now, rumors of the professional split started circulating last month after Roan faced backlash from remarks she made about the U.S. presidential election and her last-minute cancellation on her appearance at the All Things Go festival. When she canceled the festival appearance, she cited her health as the reasoning. Things have gotten overwhelming for the past few weeks, and I'm really feeling it. This is what she said at the time. I feel pressures to prioritize a lot of things right now, and I need a few days to prioritize my health. So, is it the reason why you decided to fire your team is because you're dealing with a lot of mental health issues, and they're looking at it as like, look, you're finally at a place where your career is skyrocketing. This is no time to, ain't no half stepping. This is no time to just lay back and just be complicit and not put in the work and to slow down. Like, we really, it's go time. Like, go, go, go. Now, maybe you should have had it in your contract that it's like, okay, if I'm working all these days, I need at least a day or two to kind of like decompress, to relax. Maybe you should have put that in your contract. And it's like, yeah, I'm gonna give y'all what y'all need, but y'all need to give me time to actually like have a mental health day. Sometimes you may need 2 health days, but for the most part, let me, get my mind right, because she does suffer from bipolar disorder. So maybe when you have mental health issues, there needs to be things put in place where it's like you can't work somebody to the bone because mentally they're spent. So they said, she also said this, the Every Single Album podcast reported last month that Chappell had fired her management team and that the top music managers were now competing to sign her. Neither Chappell nor State of the Art have commented on the split. And this is according to the Daily Mail, by the way. They said that Daily Mail has reached out to Chappell's reps for comment. So I did see the post on Billboard where they basically said that she split from her management team. The news comes after the breakout star scored her first slate of Grammy nominations, blah, 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 all that stuff, and especially in all the big 4 categories. Roan's nods were notably left off a congratulatory post shared from the Instagram account for State of the Art, the company Roan was previously signed to, with Nick Bobetsky as her manager. So basically saying how they caught wind of this is basically because if that is your management team and they're repping you, they would have a congratulations Chappell on your nominations on there because they're the management team behind you. They said it was missing. So Chappell posted, y'all suck for this. Basically mad at them for posting what they do. But ma'am, did you forget that Billboard is a music media situation? So if something goes down, they're going to report the news. Why do they suck? You're the one who decided to fire them. For whatever reason you decided to fire them about. But if they're going to bring this tea up and spill it to their audience, they have every right to do so. That is their job. So why is she getting mad? So I'll tell you, sometimes, Chappell, you get on my root canal nerve when it just be like, you need to read the room when it comes to certain things. So, and then over the years, she's been saying a lot of things. Like, basically, I love the fact that she's been setting her boundaries. It's like, yeah, when I'm not in work mode, I really don't want to be taking pictures and signing autographs, doing those other stuff. If I'm in drag, if I'm in a work event, then when I'm doing press, I'm at work. So I like the fact that she put the boundaries out there, so y'all know if y'all run into Miss Kaylee out in the street, she is not working. Leave me alone. Let her create her boundaries. If people want to get mad, then they can get mad. But it's like, yeah, come to my concerts. I'll do the meet and greets. I'll sign your autographs. I'll take your pictures. I'll do all that stuff. But when we out and about and I'm looking a hot ass mess and I just want to go to the store and give me my Starbucks and I ain't even get to brush my damn teeth yet. Because it's like, I'm not brushing my teeth, going to Starbucks, pick up my coffee, and then y'all gonna be having hot breath all over your face, and you ain't gonna be talking about me. So no, I don't. If I'm just going out and doing a little something for 2 seconds, do not bother me in regards of a damn autograph. I understand that, and people be going through their things, but so celebrities do too. So I understand that. And then, the thing about, she's made her political stances, has rubbed people the wrong way, all that good stuff. So girl, get it together. And if she wants to, whatever the issues are behind the scenes, we don't know necessarily what it is and why she fired her team. It could have been something even more extravagant. Robert did say, when we were talking about it earlier, he heard that maybe the reason why is because she got those Grammy nominations. And it's like, girl, if you don't want to get Grammy nominations, whatever case, maybe stop making music, because you're going to fire people every time that you get nominated for a Grammy. So I don't know. I guess one of these days we'll find out why that she fired him. But until then, y'all have reason to speculate, and y'all can speculate in the comments. So please do in the comments down below. Excuse me. He said, me. What is she going to do if she becomes even more famous? And it's happening already. But like, we've had so many people say, maybe she's just not equipped to handle the fame. And if she's not, then you know what? After this album, after this era, then she could scale down and become a recluse and just vanish like she's Fiona Apple and just go independent and release your little music here, there, and everywhere, but don't call into wanting to do those big, you know, do all the big extravagant things. No more VMAs, no more Grammys, no more Glastonbury, no more, Coachella. None of that stuff. Turn it all down. I'm at a place, thank God, that mentally that I can handle. This is why I always said that this industry is not for young people because y'all want to work them to the bone, but mentally, can they handle it? No. I feel like when you've had enough time and experience, this is why older people should be allowed to do it. But this industry always wants to thrive itself or pride itself on youthfulness. Okay, so how many more stories? Child, we got so many damn stories. We got like we got about 5 more. So we're at the halfway point, sort of. So before we get to the rest of those topics, please do me a solid, hit that like button and that subscribe button and the notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. Oh, you said she has 6 new songs in the can. Oh, does she? Oh, wait, she did premiere one of the songs at SNL. I totally forgot about that. So we could be getting a new album from her soon. Okay, so let's talk about Britney, who is discussing the conservatorship in an Unearthed TV interview. So she did an interview with Jonathan Ross back when she was promoting Glory. And they basically said that the comment that she made about her conservatorship was cut from the aired episode, but is recently shown in an ITV special. So Jonathan Ross, who was the host, asked Spears about her increased involvement in the album, to which she hesitated before replying to the following. Now, we do have that clip, courtesy of the Twitter, because I just be coming across stuff and I be finding it. So in case y'all didn't see it, I'm going to play y'all the clip and then we'll talk.
Let me ask you about the new album, because the new album, you are more involved in this musically. I understand than previous work. So you've taken control. You're more in control of your music than before?
Yes.
Why did it take you so long? Why did you wait till now to do it?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but I won't get into the whole story. But
well, we know a lot of the whole story, so we don't have to go over the whole story,
well,
or what we think.
It was like, I think since the conservatorship, I'm in a conservatorship, is the 3rd year of me being under that, and I felt like a lot of the things were planned for me to do, and being told what to do, and I was just like, for this one, I want to make it my baby, and I want to do it myself, and I was very strategic about the way I did it, and that's why it means so much to me.
Oh, that's nice. Well, I'm hoping it will really connect with people, and I suspect it will connect with people more when they know it's coming so much from you, so much from where you are and who you are right now.
Yes, sir.
And you seem in a really good place right now. Would that be a safe thing to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're pretty happy,
Yes.
That's good to know. Okay, that's really nice. Because I hope you know this, but you have millions of fans around the world. I know you know that, but I hope you know that they feel love to you. They feel protective of you.
I feel for them.
They want to see you thrive. Do you draw strength from that? Does that help you, or is it sometimes too much, knowing the?
No, it's so genuine. Like last night, I performed, and they the audience was like, the ones in Vegas, they're so far back. They were like right there in front of you, and it was so much more personal, and they weren't drunk or high. And it was so intimate. They were so present and so there with me. So it was really nice.
Okay, so one of the things I will say this about Britney that I've always liked, she's always had great legs. I've always been like, what, sis, you better work them legs, but I think it's because she's a dancer. So she's always had like great legs and all other stuff. But yeah, for those of you who need a refresher, you already know the reason why she was in that conservatorship is because all the crazy stuff that was happening. I'm sure y'all read the Woman in Me, so you already got the breakdown on what the whole conservatorship, all that stemmed from, especially with her postpartum depression, which I don't even think she was checked for, and then the paparazzi and all the crazy stuff that was going on, where they were photographing and judging her every move. when she was raising them babies and all that other stuff, and the decisions that she was making, where it was just like, the accusations of a lot of people trying to control her career, the music industry, a lot of people behind the scenes, including her father, who was controlling, as part of being a part of the conservatorship, he was controlling her finances, her career, her personal life, for the 13 years that she was in that court appointed conservatorship. And then, now that it's been terminated, when it was terminated, I should say, in 2021, she basically came out even more because at that point she couldn't really talk about it. She had to be very vague. She had to be very low key in regards of the whole conservatorship situation. But of course, that clip, we never got to see the light of day because of, why is she talking about this? So now don't put that up in there because then it's going to bring attention to it. So then, she described the arrangement as abusive and felt that her father was taking advantage of her while she was in the conservatorship, of her finances, spending all her money, entitling, helping himself to her coins and things of that nature. And she felt that, the conservatorship basically how it had hindered, I would say, her creative expression, especially during the Glory era. Because I'm going to have to tell you, I did not like that album. I thought it was dry. I hated the song she did with Will I Am. I don't feel like that was her. She was at her peak or at her best work when she was doing that. Everybody always talks about, for me, I love Femme Fatale. I love Glory. Well, I don't love Glory. I just said I hated it. I loved Femme Fatale. I loved oh my God, what was the album that she had Me Against the Music on with Madonna? I did love that album too. I also liked Blackout. We all love that album. I love the production that Danger did on that, which I think was her giving the finger to Timbaland, because I know Timbaland wanted to work with her, but she was like, I'm gonna work with the protege. I'm not working with Justin Timberlake producer, because that's the only ones he worked with, him and Pharrell. Quiet as it's kept. Or is it really that quiet? So I love the fact that she came out and talked about that. So kudos to her. But I was going to separate this, but it's like, no, let's combine. So Britney apparently went and spoke. Wait, hold on. Did I expand that? Yes, I did. Hold on. Let me move on to the next video, because I done messed that up. Yeah. So now, speaking of Britney, now a story was recently done by Page Six that she reunited with Jaden James, her eldest son. And they've been spending time with each other and things of that nature. My transition was messed up with that, but we got it together. So, was it Page Six? Oh yeah, it was Page Six, because I was like, I got the other thing open with Britney and the whole Jonathan Ross situation. So yeah, let's transition to that. So basically, they said, according to Page Six, they've been spending a lot of time together. A second source shared that the 18-year-old has been back in California, where his mother lives, after moving to Hawaii with his brother, Sean Preston Federline, and their father, Kevin Federline, last year. It is unclear whether Jaden is staying with Spears, 42, at her $7.4 million mansion in the city of Thousand Oaks, but we hear Preston, 19, still resides in the Aloha State. Oh, I'm sorry. Jaden James is the youngest one. Sean Preston is the oldest. I don't know how I messed that up, but yeah, it was like Sean was always the oldest. So you have Preston, which they always call him Preston. She always called him that. She never called him by his first name, always by his middle. But anyway, so they said Britney is thrilled to have her baby back. The second source tells us everything is moving in the right direction. So I really hope that this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship, a beautiful relationship between mother and son, because I will have to say, why does he look hot and Cooter Brown in that picture on the left, though? It's like, yeah, he looks sleepy. Boy, you better not be out there doing them drugs. So, Spears in person reconciliation with Jaden comes 6 months after news broke that he and Preston had called the pop star on Mother's Day, which Kevin's lawyer, Mark Vincent Kaplan, described as a good sign for their relationship, saying obviously a reconciliation / unification is somewhat complex and can be a process that takes some time. This is what he told a lawyer, told Page Six in June, adding that his client, who was married to Spears from 2004 to 2007, supports the boys having a relationship with their mother. Now, Kevin, who's 46, moved Preston, Jaden, and his other kids to Hawaii on August of 2023 after his wife, Victoria Prince, got a job as a volleyball coach at her alma mater, the University of Hawaii. Well, somebody got to bring in them coins because clearly it ain't Kevin. Except for the coin totters he making from his Britney. Now, Kevin was they said Spears consented to the relocation, but did not see the teens before they left, as they had not been on speaking terms for more than a year. Now, Jada opened up about his fractured relationship with his mother, who was under a conservatorship for 13 years, during a rare interview in September of 2022, saying, "I 100% think this can be fixed. It's just going to take a lot of time and effort," he told the UK's ITV. ITV getting a lot of tea lately. We did a video on a recent story, the story with Britney and Jonathan Ross with that. So I just want her to get better mentally. When she gets better, I really want to see her again. And that should have been Britney's motivation, instead of her surrounding herself with them convicted felons and all these opportunists taking advantage of her. She should be working on her mental health and working on getting a lot of the things that she needs to get together, so that way her sons look at it as, stop embarrassing them. You know, they look at it as like, oh, you embarrassing me. I don't want to deal with the shenanigans and the drama and all the other mess. That I want my mother back. I would love to have a relationship with her. I'm open to having a relationship with her. You know, Virgos, we could be real stubborn and shady in a lot of situations, but we are a forgiving bunch. When, you know, we'll give you a few chances. Sometimes I'm very much a one and done. Like, okay, you shit on me and we done. I think it depends on the severity of the situation. But when you're a son and you have a mom, I don't think that men completely want to cut off their mother unless it's something they've done that's so extreme they can't come back from it. So I'm actually hoping that Britney will work the situation out with her. Well, she got it with one of the sons, but I do hope that her eldest, Sean, will come aboard. And, if Jaden is working things out with his mother and he can come back home and say, like, look, I spent time with her. We did this, this, and this. It was cool. There was no drama. There was no issues. She's on point with a lot of the things that she needs to be on point with. And then now maybe you can come over and try to give her that chance and work things out. I already know, like, Rome wasn't built in a day. Things aren't going to happen overnight. But I really am rooting for her to, work things out with her kids. And I'm glad they didn't say anything bad about their mother. So I say, well, let's say, what do y'all think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are on that, as well as the rare interview, that clip that was cut from Jonathan Ross about her speaking about the conservatorship that's just now starting to make the rounds. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Okay, so you said she seems so ungrateful. Isn't that what she wanted, to be more known? Now she bitches about everything. Exactly. That's why I say, if I was in the position of a chaperone, well, I'm at a point in my life where I would be very appreciative of the success that I'm getting from all the hard work that I put into whatever avenue I am putting into regarding the entertainment space. I'll be doing the same thing. I don't understand how she do come across as very ungrateful. So I don't understand why she kind of coming across as like, I don't appreciate all the things that is coming my way. You worked a decade to get to this place, but it seemed like every time we turn around, she complained about something, she pulling a stunt, and she pissing a lot of people off. So I like Chappell Roan's music. I think she's immensely talented, but personality wise, she could definitely use some help in that department. Especially with all the complaints she's been doing. Speaking of Britney, I sent you a tip. Hold on there. Oh yeah, that's the one I just did. The one with Jaden and her son. So I was like, yeah, I already had that story queued and ready to go. But thank you. But she looks great in this interview. Yeah, although I was looking like, girl, what kind of surgery did you have? Because you was looking along, But she did look good, and the legs was legging. Now that we at the midway point, is that my camera? What camera? Oh. So now we're at the midway point. Is that my camera? I don't know. I'm realizing the internet is jumping in and out as well. Okay, how many topics we got? Oh, 3 more. So let's get into some homosexual or LGBT news. I was gonna say homosexual because oh yeah, that is a homosexual story. So anyway, wait, hold on. I had the wrong one. How am I skipping over Miss Kyle? Now let's take two. Let's get into homosexual news, and let's talk about Kyle Richards, who apparently they're saying is was terrified to have a difficult conversation about her evolving sexuality regarding her daughters. It's like everybody get a divorce. You got Dorit split from her husband. You got Teddy Mellencamp filing for divorce from her husband. Alleged she was out here sleeping with the horse trainer. And now you got Kyle, whose husband was out here laying her low and spreading it wide, and now she getting a divorce. But child, we tried to tell you for years Mauricio was cheating on you, but she wasn't ready for that conversation. Now you at a point of no return. You can't deny it. But anyway, so has hell finally froze over? Now is Kyle finally ready to be honest about what's going on in her personal life this season, or will she continue to sweep the obvious regarding her sexuality under the rug? So Kyle Richards, apparently, according to Page 6, was terrified to have difficult conversations about her evolving sexuality with her daughters, but the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star breathed a sigh of relief when she was met with ample support. Saying it was the most difficult conversation I've ever had with my children, and I was terrified to have that conversation. I just wanted to be as honest as I possibly could. This is what she told. Now, child, I'm gagging because this is what she told Virtual Reality, which is a Page 6 podcast about the situation. Now, she has 4 daughters. She has Farrah, 36, Alexia, 28. I just heard that one of her daughters got engaged. I think it was Alexia. Sophia, who's 24, and Portia, who's 16. She says, there are stories out there about me, and this did make me wonder, the question myself. Yeah, because I know there was conversations about her hooking up with that musician, Morgan Wade. And especially when we saw their relationship last season, and people were wondering, including her cast members, but she wasn't talking about it, probably because it was in the early stages. She was still trying to figure things out. And, her budding relationship with Morgan, it was just probably this organic thing, and she liked being in her company, and then it just became a sexual thing. That all the emotional love and support that she wanted to be getting from Mauricio was more concerned about the agency and sliding his allegedly sliding his peen in every poon that was flinging in his direction. She wasn't getting the love and all and the things that she wanted, the emotional support that she was supposed to be getting from her husband. And Mauricio, you cute, but that only gets your ass so far. So they also say, as Richards, who's 55, explains in the upcoming season 14 premiere of Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, she began questioning her sexuality as speculation about the state of her relationship with Morgan Wade ran rampant online and in the media. Saying, I never really thought like this before. This is not the way I was raised. That's not the way my mind even operated, she said of her mental state before turning to her kids. And all of a sudden I was thinking like that, and I wanted to be honest with them as possible because they are my best friends. I don't know if you should have kids as your best friend, but whatever, sis. If you like it, I love it. Now, Richards also wanted to make it clear to Farrah, who she shares with ex-husband Garash Al-Jafri. I think that's how you say them, child. If I did, I apologize if I botched it, whatever you want to call it. And Alexia, Sophia, and Portia, who she has with estranged husband Mauricio Umansky, that they should never feel ashamed of engaging in a sensitive discussion themselves, saying that I like to lead by example. And I thought, if this is what I'm going through and feeling, I want them to always feel comfortable enough to share with me the hardest conversations and know that they'll be accepted no matter what. Richards marvels at her children's immediate embrace of her newfound fluidity. So having a conversation, their reaction and response to me, I thought, wow, I'm just so impressed by these 4 women in front of me, said the Halloween actress. And I thought maybe I did do a good job because that was my most proud moment as a mom, just seeing how they all reacted. Well, I think it's great that she's taught her daughters to be loving and accepting of other people, regardless of gender and sexual orientation and things of that nature. And I like the idea that, Kyle is exploring her sexuality, that we all saw and that's, I think, the worst part about reality TV or entertainment as a whole is the fact that we see things before people actually see it in themselves. I guess maybe it's the same thing about, when I was having a conversation about, I posted a video about Shawn Mendes on TikTok. And somebody commented, they were like, everybody knows that he gay except him. Well, I don't know if we should out people and call them gay or whatever, but is there possibility that Shawn Mendes does have affinity for the same sex? I believe it. Just like when I was watching The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, and I was being a little too pushy in regards of, well, Kylie to come out and say she a lesbian and all this other stuff already and whatever. And it's like, yeah, she has a husband that she's still trying to get a divorce from. She has children, 4 of them. So it's not easy to just go and be like, oh, yeah, she a lesbian and call it that. That's by erasure. Maybe there is a situation that she is bisexual, she is sexually fluid, and she's exploring that side of herself that she's never fully put out there or even thought about, because there was no woman that ever came in her direction that made her feel those feelings, that made her heart go off a flutter. But then again, there was those rumors back in the day that she possibly was getting her box eaten by Dorit. So I wouldn't be surprised, when they was trying to say they was low key having some sort of a sexual relationship. And there have been things where I know some people say over the years that there have been little breadcrumbs here and there that Kyle may have had same-sex dabblations back in the day. And if those are things that she's not ready to speak on, we can still speculate. But for the most part, this feels like the most real, honest relationship that she's had is in the comfort of, in the words of Al, you do a woman. Because, he don't know how to say woman. He says woman. So, yeah, there goes in case y'all didn't see it, that's the new cast photo for the Beverly Hills Housewives. I can't wait for the new season of Beverly Hills. I've not been really feeling the Housewives as of late. Child, I just heard they put the Real Housewives of Dubai on pause because I was like, that show is dry. And there's no shade to my friend who tried to get me to go on a podcast and talk about Real Housewives of Dubai. I'm like, I don't watch that show. She was like, well, you need to brush up and watch the shows. And I'm looking at it as like my gut was right. Why brush up on a show that none of y'all was watching? And to go on a show and talk about it. Now, if you want to talk about Real Housewives of Beverly Hills, if you want me to go in and let have on that show and really get my opinion, then you pundits put me on y'all show. We could talk Beverly Hills Housewives. If you want to talk Jersey, we could talk Jersey. And if this season of Atlanta is lit, we could talk about Atlanta too. But as far as like all them other shows, I don't care. I feel like the Housewives are kind of like not giving me what I needed. Like I feel like that franchise is starting to dry up. And Bravo, no shade, but y'all need to start expanding y'all situation because there's too many Housewives stuff on there, and then you got the Southern Charms and all the mess. Nobody don't care about them shows. If y'all want to play with the big boys in regards to the content, y'all really need to broaden y'all horizons and get y'all a new like a Project Runway, a Top Chef, one of them type of something up on there and broaden the situation because people are, I think as a whole, people ain't checking for the Housewives like they used to. And to wrap this up, I do feel like maybe that Kyle was feeling the way she was, a bit of resistance, whatever it is, because, the bloggers, the paparazzi, media as a whole it might have been a little overwhelming for her in regards of, I'm trying to figure this thing out. I'm trying to figure out my sexuality. I'm trying to feel like, is this authentic, like genuinely something that I want to get into? And if I am attracted to a woman, what does that mean? Especially when you come from a society that can be homophobic and not as open and welcoming. But luckily, you know what? Who cares what these homophobes, these idiots got to say on social media or whatever? They want to jump in the comments. The reality is, as long as her daughters are okay with it, then that's all that matters. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, he said, yeah. He said, when I was saying ungrateful, I mean, I know you meant Chappell because she always seemed upset about something. I knew you was talking about Chappell Roan. Shawn Mendes is a queen and he could plant it on my face. No shade. Well, it's no shade. I've said that too. I said I would totally hunch Shawn Mendes. He pretty. But for the most part, it's just like the back and forth and the confusion, all this stuff, child, you're gonna want me to bang my head up against a wall dealing with all that foolishness. That tomfoolery of you going back and forth on what it is. It's like, who cares at this point? Like who you like. If you're going to lose fans because of it, oh well, fuck them. They was never your fans to begin with. But what will happen is that you could draw people who weren't necessarily into your music to get interested in your music. So when you lose some, you gain new ones who genuinely want to check you out. Okay, so now let's talk about Elon Musk and his daughter, and who I was like, oh yeah, I had this other. I was like, why is that open? Okay, so now Elon Musk's daughter, following the Trump's U.S. election win, his estranged trans daughter Vivian Wilson basically said that screw it, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal. I don't want to stay here in this damn country because I feel like there's no place for me to be in the United States now that Trump is not only going to be the president, but you going to basically have Vice President Elon Musk chirping in his ear. Y'all think JD Vance got all the power and stuff? I feel like Elon Musk is going to be up in his ear, especially with him and the power that he has, the influence with social media, especially Twitter, and the spreading of all the misinformation that he's been able to use Twitter to as a platform to use to spread said misinformation. I definitely feel like he's going to have a very high appointed position in political office once Trump is sworn in. So the 20-year-old wrote on Threads on Wednesday night. She said, I've thought about this for a while, but yesterday confirmed it for me. I don't see my future being in the United States. She added, even if he's only in office for 4 years, even if the anti-trans regulations magically don't happen, the people who willingly voted this in are not going anywhere anytime soon. Now, Wilson was one of Musk's 6 kids he shares with his first wife, Justine Wilson, has battled with her father in the past, even accusing the Tesla CEO of being an absent parent who was unaccepting of her transition. Now, during a 2023 chat with biographer Walter Isaacson, Musk raged against the Chi Crossroads School of Arts and Sciences in California. They infected Wilson with what he calls the woke mind virus. Saying the 53-year-old said at the time, damn, he's 53. He looked every bit of it, too. Actually, quiet as his cat, he looked older than that. And I heard he had plastic surgery, money not well spent. So they said she went beyond socialism to being a full communist and thinking that anyone rich is evil. In an interview with conservative pundit Jordan Peterson, Musk also claimed that he had lost my son and that Wilson was dead. Oh, yeah, we talked about that on this show. However, Wilson did not back down at all. She quickly responded to her father's comments during an interview with NBC News and called the billionaire cruel and cold. He definitely gives that energy when you meet him in person. And remember, I told you I worked at Trump rally at Madison Square Garden, so he definitely lacked of personality and very cold. And probably there's some truth to the cruelness. So she also claimed that Musk harassed her as a young child over her effeminate traits. She recalled, I was in 4th grade. We went on this road trip, and I didn't know it was actually just an advertisement for one of the cars. I don't remember which one, and he was constantly yelling at me viciously because my voice was too high. He's very quick to anger. He is uncaring and narcissistic. In 2022, Wilson officially cut ties with Musk after a judge signed off on her dropping her father's name. The court order stated that Wilson, born Xavier Alexander Musk, child not the dead name, would receive a new birth certificate as Vivian Jenna Wilson. The judge also wrote, the gender of the petitioner is changed from male to female. Musk did not show up for the court matter. Obviously, if he didn't approve of his own child transitioning, why would you show up for that? The businessman was a notable figure during blah, blah, blah. We don't care. You already know about him making an appearance at the Madison Square Garden, blah, 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 so on and so forth. But I want to address something that Vivian said. I don't agree with the fact of, oh, well, you know what? I'm going to leave the country because these people are going to believe what they're going to believe. You're always going to have people who oppose your opinion. And that's just life. People are not always going to agree with what you agree with. I don't want people around me who are going to be like-minded and agree with every little thing. But I will say this, you don't have to like what I'm about. You don't have to agree with everything that I say, but you should be respectful in the fact that we have opposing opinions. So you running away and going somewhere else, that doesn't solve the problem. I feel like we have to come up in here, and people who are bigoted and ignorant and say all kinds of crazy stuff, we got to be able to combat against them and be like, yeah, what you're saying is incorrect. It's not right. And I'm going to call you out on it. You got to be able to call people out on their BS. For you to just allow them to sit there and just say whatever the hell they want and get away with it, I don't feel like that's the answer. So maybe you're just in your feelings right now, and you need to just take a moment, take a beat, take a breather, numb your whole Rengekio, do a little relaxation situation, and then come back and be like, you know what? I overreacted. You had a Halle Bailey moment. You overreacted. And now you've come to your senses. I can understand, like, they're coming after the trans kids and immigrants and all this other stuff, but we got to stay and fight. I don't agree with the running away. I don't feel like running away solves any kind of issue. But for those who, because I had to pull this up, and so what Trump is out here saying, got it from the shade room. You know, they stay bigoted over there with their comments. I'm not even going to read the comments, but I do see that one of them, with Michelle Visage, said, this is effing frightening, with the comment that I'm about to show y'all. So I came across this clip of the orange turd talking about how he's going to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth, and spoke about ending gender reaffirming care and programs that promote kids transitioning or people transitioning. So you're going after the kids, or you're going after everybody? Because I feel like if you think this is going to affect just kids, it's not. Then I'm hoping to God that this doesn't start a high rate of self-unaliving. So this is what this idiot had to say, because somebody had the absolute nerve to get on my goddamn social media when I posted a screenshot of this very thing and said, oh, this looks like AI. He didn't really say that. I'm like, okay, well, y'all in the ranking of, or in the whole conversation of fake news and this is made up and all this other stuff, I screen recorded this clip and I sent it in the comments. I'm like, now you sit up here and tell me if this is fake. He said out his own damn mouth, but I realized how it is. I could say something, I could point out all the things to y'all too. I'm blue in the face, and y'all will still call the shit fake news. And that's why I'm like, you know what? There's no reasoning with you cultists. You people are so deep in the cult, drinking the Jim Jones Kool-Aid. I ain't got time for y'all. You either I give you the information. Google is your friend. It's also free, and you can either believe what I'm showing you or not. It's that simple. So we have the clip, and I'm gonna play it. Please.
My plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children. Can you believe this? I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures, and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. I will declare that any
He loves talking about, why is it at the end of when he reads, he got to add, it'll go very quickly, it'll go so swiftly, it'll be big. It's like he always has to add his 5th grade level isms on the stupidness that he says. And I just love the fact that how he always is quick out here to say on day one. So your hand gonna be busy on day one. Child, he gonna have carpal tunnel by the time he finishes signing all them executive orders that he claimed he gonna sign. But anyway, let's continue.
A hospital or healthcare provider that participates in the chemical or physical mutilation of minor youth. Here's my plan to stop the youth. Will no longer meet federal health and safety standards for Medicaid and Medicare, and will be terminated from the program immediately. Furthermore, I will support the creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on minor children. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients. In this case, very vulnerable. We will also invest.
Okay, I'm done with him. Like, you sound like the only fool in a lot of stuff that he's talking about. And, after a while, I get tired of hearing his loud ass voice. So, yeah, there's that. And my thing is, you running is not what's all the problem. Y'all need to get out there and y'all need to fight. But we'll see how it all goes. when you know the situation happens. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Well, I hope that Vivian doesn't plan on leaving, that she stays and fights. I do, you know, feel for the people out there that he's just going in and using all this as a distraction for whatever it is that he really is up to. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Well, thank you. I tried to. It's the only way I know how to speak. But anyway, okay, so let's get into this story because I don't know if y'all heard this. So there was a story that came out about 12 college students who went and trapped this guy by using Grindr. So it was like 12 Salisbury University students, including 7 associated with a fraternity, has been charged with a hate crime for an alleged brutal attack on a man because of his sexual orientation. So if a lot of y'all, you gays for Trump that was out here going after, you know, I don't know what was the reason why y'all voted for him in my Cardi B voice. Like, I don't know what it was that y'all voted for him or whatever the case was. But if y'all thinking that they only going after the trans, child, they coming for the faggots too. So yeah, I want to pull up this picture so that way y'all can see what all 12 of them look like. I'm like, that's crazy. So now, according to TwoFab, it said one of the men is accused of posing as a 16-year-old, the age of which consent is legal in Maryland, and arranged for a encounter of the sexual kind with the victim. When the victim arrived, he was assaulted. They said lawyers for some of the accused described the actions as ill-advised, but maintained that it was not motivated by hate. Yeah, okay. What else you gonna say? I mean, you're defending these predators. So obviously, you doing what you gotta say and do what you gotta do in order to protect them. So it also said after 7 students were initially arrested earlier this week, 5 more were charged on Thursday, with the Salisbury Police Department laying out the case against them in a press release. All 12 men have been charged with first-degree assault, false imprisonment, reckless endangerment, and associated hate crimes. The suspects were members of or associated with Sigma Alpha Epsilon, or is it Epsilon? Sorry. So a Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity, with the university saying all 12 have since been suspended, as has the frat. Well, first of all, they need to be more than suspended. They need to be expelled. Also, you need to give the money back, to the tuition money or whatever. They should not be, this needs to go on a record forever. Criminal record exposed, or not one, I won't say exposed, but just it needs to be on a criminal record forever. Because y'all out here committing crimes, then y'all need to do the time. So I'm gonna tell y'all what's their names. So apparently the names are, because I'm in my Sutton Strack bag now. Name them. Ryder Baker, who's 20, and he white. Brent Benin Aird, that's another white one. Riley Brister, child, the names of, okay, let me just read. Ryder Baker, who is 20, Brennan Aird, who's 18, Ryder Brister, who's 20, Cruz Suspedes, who's 19, Dylan Earp, no relation to Wyatt, who's 20, Elijah Johnson, who's 19, Zachary Lonenman, who is 18, Cameron Guy, who's 18, Jacob Howard, who's 19, Eric Sinclair, who's 21, Patrick Gutierrez, who's 19, and Dylan Pidzutska, who is 20 years old. So those are your boys who's out here committing crimes and using Grindr of all places to trap people. Now, they said police say a group of men utilized a social media account and invited the victim to a resistance under false pretenses on October 15th of 2024 in a press release, though charging documents reveal additional insight. Per the docs, via WJZ News and CNN, one of the suspects allegedly poses a 16-year-old on Grindr and set up a date with the victim, whose age has not been revealed, for the purposes of having sexual intercourse. Reports have also noted that the age of consent in Maryland is 16. Now, police claim the docs that the press release that when the victims entered the off-campus apartment, one student yelled, "Yeet, yeet." Child, what do you watch wrestling? Because that's what that noise reminds me of. I remember one time I worked what was it? I worked one of the wrestling things at the Garden, and when they was doing it, I'm like, are y'all retarded? Like, why y'all make? I mean, sorry, are y'all slow? Because y'all use these little sounds and words and something like this is stupid. But y'all like it, I love it. I don't want to read the wrestling fans, but I'm just saying, I just didn't understand why y'all was making these little weird noises. So anyway, so they said, but then they yelled, they made the little noise before 15 men appeared from the back bedroom and surrounded the victim and forced him to sit in a chair in the living room. The victim, per police, was then kicked, punched, and spit on while called derogatory names, including homophobic slurs. One of the suspects allegedly hit the victim multiple times in the head with a cooking sheet. Per the docs, while the victim told police he attempted to leave the apartment multiple times, but was thrown to the floor during every initial attempt to flee. After several minutes, per police, the victim was eventually allowed to leave, and while seeking medical treatment, learned he sustained bruises all over his body and a broken rib. And also, I hope they checked him out for concussion, because if you getting slammed and all this other stuff, there had to be some head trauma. Now, according to the investigation, they said the victim didn't report the incident to police, who reportedly only learned what happened thanks to videos the suspects allegedly took. And this is what I say, in this day and age, this is how y'all always end up telling on yourselves. This new generation, y'all must like prison or whatever, because on one hand, the victim is not going to report it. And this is where this whole situation comes in with the underreporting of hate crimes, especially when it comes to sex crimes or hate crimes, especially when it got to do with people of the same gender. If a guy is trying to hook up with someone, even though this being 16 is legal age of consent in Maryland, who's going to want to go down to the police station and say that I was assaulted by a bunch of dudes because I was going to meet somebody on Grande and it was under false pretenses? Nobody's going to want to go down there. First of all, the way the police, a lot of gays feel when it comes to police coming at them, or that whole misogyny situation, they're not going to want to come forward with that. They're not going to be able to talk about that. So yeah, they're going to keep it to themselves because they're embarrassed. So this is the society in which we live in, this whole misogynistic, mess. And then you got 15, they saying 15 people came out from the back room. That's probably why the whole fraternity was suspended. Because it was probably much more than that was involved. So they said that campus police notified the Salisbury Police Department, and videos on the student's phone led to the identification of additional suspects. The victim, meanwhile, was tracked down after his license plate was seen in the footage after he fled the scene. The investigation revealed that the victim was targeted due to his sexual, I hate when y'all say sexual preference, because it's not a preference. It's just his orientation. It's part of who he is. He doesn't prefer to suck a dick. It's just that's the way his mind is wired. Just like y'all, heterosexuals choose to eat pussy and stick your opinion in one. That's not a preference. That's what you into. So I hate when people call it sexual preference. But anyway, let me relax because I'm getting irritated by this story. But we got to talk about it. So this is what they said, that's what the police said in the statement. They said the victim also reportedly told authorities he was in fear for his life during the entirety of the incident and does not believe he was targeted. He does believe he was targeted for being a homosexual. I didn't want to put a little too much energy in that homosexual part as I normally do, because it's a sad story. So this is an ongoing investigation, and now the school has spoken out and said the following. This is why I had to cackle, because y'all done lost your damn mind with this foolishness. They said after issuing an initial statement earlier in the week, Salisbury University President Carolyn Ringo Lepre shared updated remarks on Thursday following additional arrest. In it, she expressed her heartbreak and disbelief over the students' alleged involvement in the violent and hateful crimes, calling the incident unspeakable and an act of visceral hate. Rigner reiterated that the acts of violence towards LGBTQ plus and allied communities are not only destructive, but at odds with the principles of the community respect and belonging that bind us together as a university. So this is the part where I got irritated, because I didn't want to mean that it was the school. I'm glad the school said what they said and they suspended him. I believe that they should be expelled. And then Rigner also confirmed that the victim was not a student, but added, the thought of this happening to anyone, regardless of the circumstances, is dismaying. And now they said that suspensions of both the students and the fraternity are the harshest penalties they can impose at this state of the process. So I guess, like they said, the case is ongoing, so all they can do now is suspend them until further notice. Excuse me. But the irritation for me came from the lawyer, who tried to say this wasn't a hate crime, and basically try to combat this as a situation as the boys were using this as a way to expose someone willing to travel to have sexual relations with a 60-year-old child. Now, if that was the case, then maybe they should have. See, this is why I said this generation's getting dumber and dumber. Because if they actually did their research, maybe they should have just went after somebody who was 15 or 14 if y'all were trying to pull a to catch a predator type situation. Maybe that's what you should have did. Excuse me. Instead of 16, I guess 16 maybe was a cute number that y'all could go with. So now you didn't want to, so that's the number you went with. But if you actually did your research, you would have found out that the age of consent, the legal age for a boy to hook up is 16, not, any other, not, any other age. Where it was like, okay, if it was 15, 14, 13, then maybe you would have had a chance. And you would have been justified, I guess, in your situation for trying to play that game. But there's so many layers to this. But regardless of the situation, who are y'all to be out here playing judge, jury, and executioner and acting like a vigilante and deliberately going out to abuse someone? And who comes in this mindset with a lot of y'all with this? Oh, let's go after let's go on social media and then on Grindr and look for somebody to do these type of things with. I'm wondering, is it because, do you think maybe these boys have been influenced by these pundits that have been out here supporting Donald Trump and all that other stuff? I know some people probably get mad, like, oh, well, y'all trying to blame Donald Trump for everything. But it doesn't seem far-fetched that these kids could have been radicalized and that this is things that they're learning from those type of places that are putting that type of situation in their peripheral view. And it's been indoctrinated in their brain. So it's just a theory. But I say all this to say, I'm glad that they've been arrested. I'm glad that they've been suspended. I'm hoping that, they get their just due on this, because y'all cannot just be going around here beating up people and trying to trap people under false pretenses. And we've been hearing many of stories about how, men are hooking up with people on these sex apps or these hookup sites, and the overall entrapment that happens where they're getting robbed or they're getting beat up. And it's not just this fraternity situation. I've been hearing many of stories about this in a lot of these cases. So regardless, so I definitely want to hear from you. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. He said he loves to hear the he loves to hear the sound. It's a maggot, you in danger, girl. Okay. It's like, I'm glad I don't use Grindr. I deleted it years ago. I mean, I go on there to take a gander every now and again, but Grindr is annoying. Like, I remember Masculine Jason was talking about this the other day on one of his episodes, and it's like, Grindr is annoying. If you're not a subscriber, like, they want you to pay a fee to be able to go on Grindr. Every little thing, there's always an ad. Like, somebody could send you a little message or whatever. You in there messaging, or you just looking through the people that sent you a message, you just responding back as an ad. Then you can't even exit out of it. You gotta literally close out or scroll out, or like make it small and then scroll out of it, like I have to do with my iPhone, and then reopen it. And it's the same headache. So it's like they're doing this on purpose to get you to pay for Grindr. You ain't paying for that shit. I'd rather, use Scruff or one of them other things. Or how about just go out to the club and meet somebody? But if you're not interested in going to the club, there's got to be other ways to meet people. Grande is tired. So I remember seeing a video a couple of months ago of a guy being beaten up by 10 guys. I think it happened in like Colombia or Cuba. A guy was walking and got jumped by a bunch of guys. That's been a lot of stuff that's been going on with people getting attacked and stuff. So we gotta stay vigilant. We gotta stay safe out here, especially, with Trump about to get in office. I feel like a lot of people are gonna be running out here thinking like it gives them permission to just take the law in their own hands and do whatever. And so I feel like we're going to be getting a lot of that. So a lot of you queens out here who thinking y'all can be living your best life and sashaying down the street like it's no problem, y'all need to be careful, especially under this upcoming regime. They had they said they had big wooden pieces. He got on a roof to try to get away, and 2 guys pulled him down, and they were making fun of his scream. Child. No comment about, well, yeah, Sniffies is the tea. Shout out to Boomer Banks for putting me on the Sniffies. Okay. I had a feeling I was going to do a 4-hour show today. I just knew it was going to come. But it is what it is. Okay, so let's get into this final topic. And let's talk about Oliver Stark, who's from 911. So he's released a statement because apparently people felt that that his comment that he gave, I guess, in a recent interview, screamed a bit of biphobia. So I was like, let me pull this picture up of him, and now we could talk about the story. So after his comments sparked backlash amongst fans, he apologized for hurting anyone and said he hopes to continue, excuse me, my neck is killing me, Buck's story in a way that feels representative. So in the latest episode, and I'm probably going to give a little spoiler, whatever, of Murphy's 911, Ryan Murphy, I should say, Buck and fellow firefighter Tommy, played by Lou Ferrigno Jr., apparently they've broken up after celebrating their 6-month anniversary. Their breakup was initiated by Tommy after Buck asked him to move in with him, saying that he was ready to take the next step. Now, Tommy refused, responding with, "No matter how bad I want it to be, I'm not your last, I'm your first. If I were to move in with you, you wouldn't mean to. You wouldn't plan for it, but you'd end up breaking my heart." Now, Buck's bisexuality, as you know, was confirmed last season when, all of a sudden, these things were coming out. Over the years, first of all, we always sensed that there was a little something, something with Buck, but we more or less felt it, not with Buck, but with him and Eddie. And I do feel like sooner or later, he and Eddie is going to end up punching and hooking up because that chemistry is there. But we did see that, okay, so it was, people wanted Eddie and Buck to kind of get together. But what the whole situation was, they felt that, no, let Buck sow his oats and explore with this guy. And some people felt like it was sudden, but I'm like, y'all were not paying attention because it seems like the only time when something is put in your face and you see two men kiss and then y'all want to react. But it's like if you actually was paying attention to the show, the implications were there. So, last season he did kiss Tommy on the mouth, and then he came out to his sister, played by Jennifer Love Hewitt. He came out to the 118, which is the fire department that he works for, and the fans were excited about it. There, of course, you had your homophobes that jumped in and started saying a bunch of stuff, but that's to be expected. But he also opened up about the breakup in an interview with TV Line, explaining that it happened because Tommy is trying to protect himself. And it's because he's been there and done that in regards to the whole relationship situation. And what he was saying was that Buck is relatively new to exploring his sexuality. So I don't feel like you want to do this whole lesbian, situation where it's like what they say lesbians bring to a second date. A U-Haul, where it's like, the first thing when you get in a relationship with somebody, the first thing you want to do is, okay, let's move in together. Let's get married. Let's start a family, all that other stuff. But Tommy felt that Buck needed to get his palms a little dirty. He needs to go out there and sow his oats before he's ready to settle down. And I feel like that's what I got from this. But of course, people jumped in and said he was being biphobic. And I'm going to tell you what he said, to where all of a sudden everybody got their panties in a bunch. So he basically was what he said about his character's future, saying that he wants Buck to explore his sexuality further now that he's single. He said, "I text showrunner Tim Minear and I just write #LetBuckFuck because I do think he should go out and have some fun. I think he deserves it. He should figure some things out and see what he likes." Unfortunately, they said that his comments were not received well by some fans who commented that bisexual people do not sleep around and have multiple partners to know what they want or call the view disappointing. I was like, here y'all go with this identity politics shit. And this is exactly why Trump won the goddamn election, because y'all get into this nitpicking shit when it comes to having conversations about, well, that's not how bisexuals really think. We don't all just go out and be promiscuous. That's not what he said. Maybe he interpreted it a wrong way, or because y'all want to sit and nitpick. And I know y'all be ready to pounce when it comes to certain things people say. People say one little thing and y'all go off. It irritates me when people do that. It's like, fucking relax. Sometimes we want to cuss people out with the dumb shit. But then it's just like, I do feel like at his point, he is, especially like, okay, me being a homosexual. Let's talk about that. So when I was finally coming to terms with my sexual orientation and going out and exploring my oats, and, I took the time to go through my whole phase, to explore different aspects of who I am before I came to the conclusion of like, okay, I'm ready to settle down, or I'm ready to be in a relationship, or I can be with this person for the rest of my life. But I've come to also the realization that I like my own company, that every now and again, my friends and all these other people give me what I need out of, they fulfill me in so many ways, my friends, family, those sort of thing. But when it comes to like sex, okay, I can have it and move on. You're not the end all be all of my existence. And my whole world's not going to be wrapped up in a relationship. And that's fine too. But what is wrong with him saying, I guess maybe because it was a little harsh in him saying, let Buck fuck? First of all, when he said that, that is funny. And, he's British. So, they're very much like unfiltered, direct and to the point. So it's like, yeah, let him go and have relationships with other guys. Let him let him date around and see what he's into. We've already seen Buck on the show before he was even known to be bisexual, being a playboy with a lot of different women. We've seen that side of him already. So why not have him explore relationships with other men, to go out on dates with other guys and see like, okay, so I'm dating around with other people. And then we see Eddie getting jealous in some sort of way. And then that kind of pulls them two together. And then maybe he'll run into Tommy at another time. So, 911 is not only, it's an action series which focuses on the paramedics and the police and all that other stuff, but it's also, the 911 dispatchers, but it's also a show about, it's a soap opera. So to me, it's just, okay, relax. See, and that's why I said it irritates me when y'all get into this whole space of like, well, any little thing y'all say or somebody says, y'all want to get sensitive. So yeah, he did say in an Instagram story, he basically said, I received a number of comments like this regarding my enthusiasm for Buck to embrace being free and single to go out and enjoy myself now that they messed up. I said, now that he has been broken up with, but they said now that says, sometimes I got to get it and correct things. He said, I would recommend the same thing if he was coming out of a straight relationship. I don't think safe and consensual sex with single is a bad thing. We've seen Buck in the early seasons use sex and dating in an unhealthy way. If ever the story was to have him go this route, I would hope to show how those things can be conducted from a much healthier place. He added that the above points mean nothing beyond my intention. So you know what? I couldn't have said it better myself. I love that what he said. It's like, yeah, why y'all looking at sex and promiscuity as a bad thing? It's not. To me, when you have sex with someone and multiple partners over the years, you're learning about your body. You learn your boundaries. You learn what it is you like and don't like about, someone or something when it comes to being in the bedroom. So y'all looking at it as, oh yeah, there they go with this stereotype. And it's like, a stereotype. Well, I would, because I'm smart. And a lot of y'all just react with emotions rather than logic. So I can tell basically what he meant by it. And I'm glad, that was the first time I actually read his thing. So I got it. I understood it. And I'm glad he didn't apologize. But it's like he said, yeah, that, he's saying that now that he's single, he should be allowed to enjoy himself. And that is true. When he was in heterosexual relationships, when he would get with women, it was unhealthy. The way that he was getting into relationships with these women, it was at an unhealthy standpoint. It wasn't necessarily a good thing when he was with a lot of these women. But now that when he was with a guy, it's just like, he's learning like the better parts of himself and not getting caught up in those crazy traps. And it would be great to see him explore his sexuality with men. And I'm looking forward to it. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Do you think it's much ado about nothing? That everybody's overreacting per usual? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Okay, so now we have comments. Oh, that is a cackle. You said Trump is banned from entering Europe because he has an arrest warrant. So he probably got to do everything via Zoom. Elon Musk, his entire family, and so does JD Vance is also banned. That's good for them. Europe, like, we're not putting up with your bullshit. Kind of feel like Gen Z is trying to force people to bend into their ways, which is why older generations are extremely pissed off at their way of life. And why a lot of Gen X has pretty much came out to the polls and voted for Trump. And I think, when you have Gen X who is raising Gen Z and millennials, they're going to vote for someone, especially with the male vote. And that's what I kind of felt too, that it was probably Gen Z saying all this. They're very anti-sex. Well, guess what? Y'all can sit running around being hermits and being eunuchs and not fucking. But I'm here for, I'm pro-sex. So I'm here for it. So whatever. Y'all need to get up off this mess because y'all just sound stupid. But anyway, so we're at the end of the show. I knew I was going to do a 4-hour show today because it was just a lot of tea to spill. That's why I was like, I had to cut some stuff because otherwise we'd be here doing a 5-hour damn show. But look, 2 days I take off and then we get bombarded with a lot of celebrity tea. But I'll be back on tomorrow to give you all another episode of Chris Allen Unfiltered. What I need to do is I need to catch up on Penguin, because I heard the finale was crazy and I am 4 episodes behind, so I know I need to binge. So I'm trying to avoid all the spoilers, so I don't know what happened. But so yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. If you have not already, hit that like button, that subscribe, and also smash the notification button if you can. It helps with the algorithm and all that good stuff. And I want to thank everybody who was in the comments, who was commenting on the show today, who, you know, all the good stuff. So, you know, I love y'all. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for the constant support and always coming on and coming in the comments and chiming with me while we're doing this live stream. So love you, love you, love you. And until next time, ciao, darlings. I'm going to eat them.